a million smiles, catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light in the darkest times? You make it bright, Life's dream dreams, we're all by your side, Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, Shelly, Shelly, you're our last free star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are.
Hey, Shelly from the block. Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth. No sugar-coated blues. Never leave and get out the way. Jersey girl with something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From coast to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic.
Hey, Shelly in the house tonight, living it up, feeling so right. Yeah, New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Life stream queen with a million smiles, and she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Life stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a life stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are. Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Happy Thursday. It's November 21st, 2024, 12:03 p.m. on the East Coast. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama at Talking Trash and Truths with coffee and chaos with T3. That's me. I'm coming to you from central Pennsylvania, and I am happily anticipating the snow. Last night, we had a very severe thunderstorm that knocked down quite a few power lines around town, so the sirens were going off and everything, and it was shaking the house, and I was just in my glory, because the more lightning for me, the better. But now we're waiting for our first snowstorm. It's supposed to be anywhere from 3 to 12 inches. 3 to 12. Quite the difference. Ask any girl on the planet, and she's going to tell you, inches make a difference. They matter. They do. If it's only 3 inches, you're not really going to feel the impact that much, and you're going to walk around, do your normal stuff. Now, 12 inches, that'll keep you sitting home. You're going to find it very hard to walk. I am still talking about the snow. Or am I? But anyway, today's topic is, what is the point of blame, shame, and guilt? I've been putting this one off for the longest time, and I just started writing it the other day out of nowhere because it hit me. And I was like, you know what? That's going to be the show. And then I woke up this morning like, do I want to do it? Am I ready for it? Because it's a big one for me. And I kind of feel like when things are really monumental to me, I kind of dismiss them because I think they're only monumental to me. And then 2 things happened. One, today's my mother's husband's birthday. And when I woke up and went outside, I was all in a good mood, ready to make the cake that, she asked me to make. I had all his presents all done in the, gift bags. I was ready. I had the happy birthday banner hidden so that I could just put it up with the kids when he ran down to feed the chickens. And I was going to quickly put together a balloon arch because decorating is what I do. I'm good at it. I enjoy it. It makes me happy. And my mother comes over and says, "Psst, you can't talk loud because I don't want him to hear, but he doesn't want his birthday to be a big deal. He hates his birthday. And he doesn't want a fuss made. So I already made the cake It's in the oven. It's a 1-layer cake. That's to me, that's not a cake. It's just not. Like, I make cakes. She makes a cake. So it's just like, ugh. And I was like, "Okay." She said, "No decorations, no nothing." I was like, I went out, I bought well, I didn't go out. I ordered from, the store and had to get it delivered when they were out because God forbid I do anything in secret. Um, I bought plates, I bought candles, I bought napkins, all happy birth just for him to because I've never been able to really connect with him in any way, and she likes it that way, let's face it. My mother prefers that nobody get her husband's attention but her. So she already has a war going with Katie over who's the favorite. So it's like, whatever, you two battle it out. But I wanted to do something really nice. I got to live with these people. I got to get along. And so I wanted to do something really nice. And I went to all this trouble and she's just like, no, just give him his presents later and we'll just cut the cake. We're not going to sing. We're not going to have candles, nothing. I was like, fine, whatever. And I walked away feeling bad because I wanted to do this really nice thing for him. And then she's like, no, 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 no. Even though, mind you, she asked me to do some of this and then reneged. And it's like, okay. So that was thing number one. So I already felt bad. And I was like, why do I feel bad? I was trying to do something nice. They don't want it done. Why do you feel guilty for trying to do something nice? What point is there to me feeling bad that someone else decided, yeah, you were going to do something nice for me, but I don't want it. How dare you? Like, so now I got to feel bad for being nice. Bafangul. Like, I can't. So I came into my room and she was like, oh, sit out here. I said, yeah, no, I got stuff to do. Cause I wanted to knock her the fuck out actually. But, and that's just my, my violent tendencies. And I came into my room and I was really sad and I felt, really down. And I was like, oh, I don't feel like doing the show. I'm going to skip it, because I didn't want to come in here all fucking sad sack. And I see a message in my chat from the lovely in you, out you, all around you. Somebody who I actually care very much for. And she said, I don't know what the point of them are, but I sure know what they feel like, meaning blame, shame, and guilt. And she said, I want to know how some people can just go through life and not struggle with it and seem to be stronger for it. Yeah, I'm always chilling with the shame, guilt blankie. And then she sang like a little thing from an Eminem song, which, by the way, we don't hate on Eminem. He's just an asshole. I like some of his music, but right now he's just being a dick. And it says, why does it feel like I'm always being tortured? The bad apple spoils the whole orchard. And then, sorry, I know people hate on Eminem, but he speaks to my demons, I guess. Girl, I feel the same way with like Anne Marie and Barry. Oh, I know that like people are like, ew, Barry Manilow. Let me tell you something. Nobody makes me cry like Barry, and nobody gets me. You remind me I live in a shell. Hello. Safe from the past. I'm doing okay, but not very well. That speaks right to my soul in you. So I get you. It doesn't matter. That's another thing. Don't ever feel bad about the things you like. If somebody's like, ew, that's square, that's corny, that's this. Go fuck yourself. Like, I'm going to do what makes me feel better. If listening to a certain singer or watching a cartoon or reading a trashy novel gives me a little bit of peace, comfort, and solace, I'm going to do it. And I don't care if you think it's square or you think it's corny or you think it's cheesy. You know what? Go listen to your bullshit. Go do your bullshit and leave me alone. Like, why does what makes me happy affect you? Why do you feel the need to comment? You don't like it? Good. Don't like it. You want to make fun of it? Make fun of it. Guess what? He has more money than you'll ever have. I don't care how gay he is now. I don't care how like everybody's like, oh my God, that song. Let me not touch on one of his songs because it got somebody in trouble. But like his songs, speak to the heart. That's why he was so wildly successful with them. And if you don't like it, shove it up your ass. Like I don't know what to tell you. So I feel you in you. But you did. You made me say, all right, she's feeling it. She wants to stream. Even if you were the only person in the world to ever show up, I would still do the stream because you seem like maybe you need it. And that's my whole purpose. When my needs meet your needs, everything is right with my world. And I feel like this is a subject that we all kind of vibe on because everybody feels it. So before I jump into that, I just want to say what brought me here, because I really wasn't going to do it because somebody made me feel bad. And what was the point? To like make the other person feel better? You shouldn't have to make one person feel bad to make another person feel better. There was a way to approach it, and she didn't do that because my mother is who she is. Eventually, I always say, oh, eventually she'll learn, but she's gonna be 82 next week. She ain't learning shit. She ain't learning shit. So we soldier on, right, guys? Anyway, back to chat. We got Heidi. Hello, my Heidi. Hugging in you. Oh, I love to see that. Wolfram dropping links like it's hot. Wipes his laws. You wiped your laws. You poked in and kid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wipes his paws, lopes in and howls. Apparently, I cannot read or speak for shit today, so it's gonna be fun. All right, how you doing, honey? I roo to you too. And if Winning is listening, I need that wolf clip. Oh, it's snowing! It's snowing! It literally just started. See, Wolfie, I howled for you and it snowed. Oh, now I know I got to do the howl dance when I want it to snow. Oh, it's so pretty. I can't wait for everything to be covered in snow, especially right outside my bedroom window because, there's like a whole forest thing going on right outside my window. And there's only 2 types of trees now. There's the bare trees that have absolutely no leaves on them, and that's a double entendre because those are the trees the bears like to rub against. There's a tree, now that the leaves are all gone, Fredo pointed out, right across from my window with huge bear rub marks on it. So it's obviously a favorite tree of a bear. Now, if the bear is here or gone, I'm not entirely sure because I can't exactly age them. But let's just face it, guys. We might be looking forward to a winter where there's a big fucking bear outside my bedroom window, which I guess is better than it being inside my bedroom window. But yeah, so maybe we'll see bears across the street this winter. I don't know. If I do, I promise you I'll take video or whatever. But there's 2 types of trees. There's the ones without the leaves that will catch all the snow and be brilliantly white and absolutely gorgeous in their very ghostly, kind of somber, but still in peaceful way. And then there's all the evergreen trees. Now, the dude across the street from me has been living there since his grandfather built the house. And his grandfather planted all these trees. Now, this dude across the street is old. And I say across the street, he's like across and then down. But all the trees are in front of my house, like from my bedroom on. And the grandfather planted a lot of evergreen trees. They've been growing for 60, 70 years there. So they're gigantic. I can't wait to see them covered in snow. I am so excited for it. It's ridiculous. I feel like a little kid, like waiting to see if it's going to scroll across the bottom. Any youngsters that come by, yes, we used to watch TV to find out if there was school or not on snow days. But I'm like waiting for my town to like scroll across the bottom and say, new school closed. I'm just so excited. Anyway, so hello, Wolfram. See, you brought on the snow. Look at you. So good. You guys, you're so good to me. Heidi said, not me. I still have yard work and regrading to do. Oh, no. Do you really? Oh. And he said, speaking of lightning, the new show Chaos is insane. Chaos? I'm guessing chaos. I don't know why I said chaos. Can't. Jeff Goldblum as Zeus is wild. I don't know what you're talking about, but I'm interested. Anything with Jeff Goldblum. I fucking love Jeff Goldblum. Granted, I could have done without seeing him in The Fly because that's a disturbing movie. And yet, one of my favorites. I've seen it probably 2-3 dozen times. I made my son watch it one day, and he was like, "What is that?" I was like, "That's his ear." He was like, "What is that?" He made me pause the movie when he opens the medicine cabinet. He was like, "What are all those things?" I was like, "Well, that's his penis." And he was like, "Why is it in the medicine cabinet?" I was like, "'Cause it fell off." Why? I was like, "He's transforming into a fly, hence the name, The Fly." And he was like, "Yeah." Flies don't have dicks. They don't. Do you know he did a freaking Google search? I was like, really? He's like, oh my God, there are there are bugs out there that do have penises and whatever. He was like, but a fly ain't one of them. I was like, oh my God. I was like, I can't believe I would hate to see this kid's Google history because he asks the most bizarre questions. He does. He asks the most bizarre questions. And I'm just like, and my answer is always, if I don't know it, Google it. Just look it up. Just look it up. Do me a favor because I have no idea what we're talking about. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, that was where the Jeff Goldblum thing went. But yeah, tell me about it because I really want to know what we're talking about. I would love to see Jeff Goldblum. I was so happy when he popped up in Marvel, even though he acted like a dick. Lass, good day, Lass. Hello to you. It's snowing. And when I say snowing, dude, it looks like dust outside right now, but it's gonna get a lot worse because it's supposed to snow until like I think 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. Today's only Thursday. So let's see where we're at. It'll definitely cover up all the leaves though. Squish them up and they should be gone by the time everything's done. Cool gamer. Hello, sweetie. How are you? Heidi said talk about deflating sales. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you said my husband would shit his pants if my daughter did something like that for him. Really? I make a very big deal out of birthdays. I mean, I make a big deal out of any kind of celebratory day, but I don't know. And I've always been like that. I like to celebrate. I don't want to get crazy or anything, but like that's family time, that's friend time. That's the time to like really enjoy just being here. You're not getting celebrated for any achievement other than you're here. And it's not really a celebration for your birth. It's a celebration of everybody else being happy that you're here. They want you to know that your birth means something to them. It's significant. Unfortunately, I recently went through this with somebody else, but because I can't be there for that person, like in physically there yet. I had to, do what I could. And it's never, for me, it's never enough. So there's even guilt for me and shame when I do nice things because I always feel like it's not enough. It's not what they wanted. It's not good enough. You got to do more. You got to give more. You got to, make a bigger deal. Be happier, smile brighter, laugh harder, be funnier, be more engaging. Because I always want to make it so great for them, and then I always feel bad and feel like I disappointed them. I know it's the dumbest thing, but I do. I feel like no matter what I do, it's going to be a disappointment. I don't understand not wanting to celebrate your birthday. I fucking love my birthday. I always say, "Oh, I hate my birthday." I don't hate my birthday. I say that so that nobody feels obligated to celebrate my birthday when they don't fucking want to. Like, they don't have to make a big deal out of it. It doesn't have to interrupt the day because I don't want to be an intrusion. Again, blame, guilt, all that stuff, that all links to your self-worth. It links to who people early on in your life tried to tell you who you were and what you were worth. And it becomes a part of who you are, depending on like how old you are. Like if you're very young, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that actually can rewire your nervous system to where from that point forward, you are always going to have an emotional reaction you can't get rid of to somebody else saying something to you in that regard or to a celebration. That's why when you're really little, you really need to make the most out of like the little ones' days. Don't discourage them, don't whatever, because it can rewire their brain. It can rewire their entire reactionary system. And I feel bad because I know that being a disappointment was ingrained in me very, very early on. And no matter what I achieve, I'm never going to shake that. And there's no point to it. There's no point except to stymie my growth, to keep me in this neat little box where I'm easily controlled. And that's the same for all of you. And you said, damn, Shell, I'm sorry. No, see, don't feel bad. That's the thing. Don't feel bad. You never have to apologize for something that happens to me because it's not your fault. I know it's an empathetic thing. I do. And I do it all the time. I apologize constantly. So I know where you're coming from and I know that you mean it. But again, it's not your fault. It's not your responsibility. It's them. But they're never going to cop to it because they can't. The people that you were talking about before that go through life with, no guilt, no nothing, those are the people that don't care what their decisions are because they know there's somebody around like you or me who's going to take the blame, who's going to take that burden onto themselves. And it's not your burden to bear. I get that we're connected in that. But again, what's the point? What's the point of a feeling that's going to make you feel bad for something you had no part in? I love you, and yeah, I'm to me that tells me that you have genuine like affection and care for the relationship that you and I have. That's what that tells me, but it also tells me, no, make her feel better. Make her feel better. It's not her fault. It's not her fault. It's not her fault because I never want you to feel bad for something that happens to me. Tragedy just loves me. I am a magnet for just asshole people who just want to put their shit on me instead of being accountable themselves. But I love you. Thank you for saying that. But it's not your fault. Lefty Lols. Where's the eggplant? You brought in corn? He said, who's gay? Who isn't these days? And I don't mean G-A-Y. I mean G-H-E-Y. Who's gay? So many people. So many people.
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay? Oh my goodness. Look, I played that for you because Lefty has been a member for 1 month. Thank you so much. Look at you. Why are you gay? And where's your eggplant? It's always the question with Lefty. Where's your eggplant? We love your eggplant. Take that to the bank. And you said, I love you, Shelly. You always hear me and make me feel heard. I appreciate you so much. Oh, honey, don't make me cry. I cried during Winning's stream last night because he was being like really, really sweet about me and like promoting the show and everything else. And he was like, I should do more. And everybody in chat was like, oh, Shelly's great. And I sat here fucking bawling. Tenderness and kindness, man. They fucking take my feet out from under me. But I appreciated it very much. I appreciate you, Lefty. Thanks for coming by. And there's the eggplant. There we go. Ellie Font. Hello, Ellie. And Puffer. I know so many fantastic women. We got Inya. We got Ellie. We got Heidi. We got Puffer. Sometimes we have Suzanne and Rabbit and Mimsy. Again, if anybody sees Mimsy, please let her know. I'm very worried because I haven't heard from her, and I usually hear from Mimsy's, pretty regularly. And she keeps me up to date on her progress and how she's doing, and I haven't heard from her in a long time. And I can't stop thinking about her. So if Mimsy is listening, we love you and we miss you. You don't have to, say anything in chat, but drop me a DM and let me know you're okay. All right, honey, or just email me. T-Rex. Hey, I still feel like I got run over by my semi-truck. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Everybody, T-Rex has a cold. If y'all could say a prayer, throw some healing energy his way, I would very much appreciate it. We don't want him driving and being all wonky. Might make a right turn and go over some. Oh, wait, no, we did that already. Anyway, we love you, T-Rex. I hope you feel better, honey. Just, if you can, just sleep. You need to stay hydrated and rest. And you said, oh, I saw your name asked and then read your chat. T-Rex. Yeah, he's not feeling good. Can you get to a pharmacy and sign for a decent decongestant? It's one of the only things that helps when I have a bad head cold. That and tea. Yeah. Try drinking some warm lemonade. That might help with your throat and like back drip and anything you got going so that you can clear up whatever's in there. And get saline spray for your nose. That will help. It's not pleasant. Nobody likes doing it, but it will help you. Wait, they don't have to watch the TV for school closings anymore? No, now they send you an email or they text you. Wolfram, I'm dreaming of a white Christmas. Hell yeah. I better have a white Christmas. I'll be mad. Oh, I'll be so mad. I'm surrounded by nothing but fucking Christmas trees. It better be a white Christmas. And yeah, it's on Netflix, which I just got back after canceling forever. I know I had to get it too. Damn freaking wrestling. It's set in more modern times. These gods did some wild shit, and modernizing it makes the craziness really stand out. Oh, that's awesome. I gotta look for it. And you said, oh, he's a dick in this too. Hera is so much worse. Hera is like the most evil woman. But I mean, can you really blame her? I don't think she was his first wife. I think he was with, according to mythology, if I remember correctly, Zeus had another chick before her, and it just never sat well with her. And then afterwards, he cheated on her all the time. I mean, damn, every woman he saw, he was like, oh, impregnate her. Oh, she doesn't like me. Well, I'll just become rain and make her pregnant that way. Or I'll become a white bull and make her pregnant. Like, stop it. Mythology is freaky as hell. I don't know what. This is what happens when you don't have TV, radio, whatever. These people sat around and made up the wildest stories. Wild. Just to explain away everyday things. It's amazing. I love mythology, especially Greek mythology. Last said, isn't Jeff Goldblum in Wicked as the Wizard of Oz? Is he really? I'm so mad about them doing Wicked the way they do, but I really, really want to see it. I loved the play. I saw it a couple times, and you want to talk about expensive tickets. But I know like every word to every song because of course I do. But I did. I loved Wicked. I read the books, which you want to have a messed up experience, read the Wicked books. Oh my goodness. They're almost as bad as Anne Rice's Sleeping Beauty series, which if you're into really kinky literature, that'd be the way to go. There are things in those 3 books, and they're not big books, they're thin, that rocked my world. I read those when I was 15 and unprepared for the things that I read. And I'm sitting there going, oh, this isn't good. I read all 3 of them now. And it's not under the name Anne Rice. She was, I believe, A.N. Rockwillar when she wrote those. They're amazing books, very well written, because of course they are. But the shit that's in them, oh my God, things that I wouldn't even talk about on Rumble. Like, mm-mm. And at 15, I'm sitting there, my mother's totally unaware. She paid for the books. She didn't know what was in them. Can I go buy books? Yeah, here's my card. Okay. Like, because that was my thing. Go to the bookstore, spend like $300-$400 on books, and then I'm set for like the year. And I read those books. Oh, sweet Jesus. I literally read them, and the first time I read it, because I was still like a really good girl at the time, I went to confession. I did. I went to church and I went to confession because I felt so dirty after I read them. I was like, ugh. And then I went home after confession and read the rest of them because, of course, I did. But yeah, no, I highly recommend those. But yeah, I would love to see him in Wicked. Oh my God, that would make my day. That would make my day. Hey, Tim, what's up? Saying hi to everybody. Glad to have you here. I didn't see it last. I didn't really want to watch it. I'll keep the OG. Yeah, again, but that's the same thing. Like, there's a lot of movies that I'm like, no, I don't want to watch it. I still haven't seen Aquaman 2. Even if she's on the screen for a half a second, it's a half a second too much for me. It could be the best movie in the world. Any movie I'm watching, I could be totally into it. Oh my God, this is fantastic. What's going to happen next? If that bitch, Amber Heard, pops up on that screen, I'm turning the movie off. I don't care how it ends. I don't care what you do. Fuck you, fuck your mother, fuck everybody. I hate her. I've never despised a person the way I despise her after that trial. I can't even look at her face without being enraged. And it's just, So, but yeah, oh no, but I haven't seen the movie and I want to see the movie. I love Aquaman. I love Jason Momoa. Oh my God. I mean, who wouldn't look at him? But nope, I won't do it. I can't bring myself to do it. I physically get like a stone in my stomach from like, no, like I don't, because I just don't want to encounter her. So I feel you. I do. But I still want to see Wicked. Bells and Stars. I love your name, by the way. I don't know why your name makes me like, I don't know, happy. It's just a happy name. Welcome. I haven't seen the OG. The OG Wicked, the play. You could actually go on YouTube, and if you do a little bit of searching and just make a playlist for yourself, you can watch all the scenes with all the songs. It's very bad quality, but you'll see it. That's how I started. That's why I was desperate to go see the play. I went twice with the girls from work because, of course, kindergarten teachers want to go see Wicked. And I went once with a friend of mine that had bought them as a Christmas present for me. So it was really, really nice. I haven't in a while, but dang, that was a yearly watch when I was a kid. That and The King and I. Wait, what was? Because I don't think you're talking about Wicked. And apparently YouTube ate whatever post you put up because it's not there. So let me know what you're talking about because I feel out of the loop and I don't like it. I don't like it. In your MERS. Haven't in a while. The King and I do love The King and I. Yul Brynner was amazing. Bells and Stars, my birthday's tomorrow. Happy birthday, Bells. Oh, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Bells and Stars. Happy birthday to you. Mwah. May you have many, many more and a wonderful day tomorrow. And I hope you get a cake, a big one. T-Rex, did your mom and stepdad like their birthday gifts you got them? See, that's the thing. T-Rex, I was just told not to make a big deal of his birthday because he doesn't want it. So like I already gave him, I bought him these compact fire extinguishers. There's 4 of them. He could put one in the garage, one in the basement, one next to the fireplace, and one in his brand new truck that he bought for himself with his money. And I love his truck. It's beautiful, but it's like, okay. So here, he liked that. He liked the set of irons that I bought him for the fireplace. I got him like the brush, the shovel, the poker, and the tongs with a really nice case, that you can hang them on next to it. So he was thrilled with that. But we haven't given him the other stuff yet. He also has a brand new telescope that my mother bought him, a high-powered telescope, because he loves looking at the sky. And I got him a really nice pizza stone set with handles and everything else. I got him that rainbow dust that you throw in the fire that makes all the colors. I got a bunch of that for him, so this way him and the kids can sit there and be mesmerized. And Katie got him a light-up globe with a white tiger inside that he could put either in the living room, he could put it in his bedroom as a nightlight, whatever. And so that's the stuff we got him. Plus, I got all the stuff to decorate, which now I can't decorate. And I was going to make him the cake that he wanted. Instead, she made a 1-layer cake. The cake I was going to make was 3 layers because he wanted vanilla icing and then a fruit layer of some kind and then strawberry icing. So I gave my mother the list. She got everything, and I was going to make the cake. It was going to be a 3-layer cake. Well, yeah, technically 3. But I was going to make it, decorate the cake, do the writing, whatever, like I always do. And instead, she just poured the batter into a lasagna pan, and she's just going to throw frosting on top when it cools. And that's the cake. That's not a cake to me. That's a snack. Like, that's something you make at midnight when everybody's like, I really want something sweet to eat. All right, let me just throw this in a thing, and then that's it. And of course, I am a little bit bitchy because I was looking at it, and I was like, that's the cake? Oh, yeah, we're going to keep it simple. He doesn't want a big deal. I was like, okay. I was like, well, shit, for that, you could have just done Dolly Parton's cup of flour, cup of sugar, cup of fruit cocktail, and you mix the golden bubbly. I've made it. It is delicious. It's super sweet, but she wasn't lying when she said it is really sweet. Sometimes I like to cut the sweetness with ice cream. It actually works. With vanilla ice cream, oh, it's amazing. Amazing. You throw a couple of maraschino cherries on top, you good to go. That's like the decadent dessert. And she just kind of looked at me, and I was like, what? Because if you're not going to put any effort in, I don't see the point. Like, what's the point of what you're making? Why make anything if it's just, oh, I'm just doing it just to do it? Like, I don't half-ass things in my life. I never have. So when somebody goes like 1 inch instead of a mile, it's like, really? That's all you got in you? Really? Like, kind of weak. But that's me. I don't know. I make a big deal out of birthdays. So happy birthday, Bells. I wish you well. See, I'm Dr. Sucio. I'm the dirty rhymer. Wolfram said, FYI, Shelly, I got up this morning and the ground was white. So I huffed and I puffed and I blew it in your direction. Well, let's just thank God it was snow and nothing else. Because I don't need that kind of problem. But thank you, Wolfram. And you ribbed for pleasure. Oh, corn. Mm-hmm. Oh, I get it. So corn is like, his eggplant with a French tickler on it. That's great. That's great. Awesome. And why do I know what a French tickler is? Because I found The Devil and Miss Jones, I think it was number 2, in a drawer when I was like 16, and me and my friends were like, let's watch it. And I was like, oh, I didn't know what to do. So they were like, do you know what that is? Of course I know what that is. Girl, fake it till you make it. I never admitted I didn't know something. And we didn't have the internet. So there was no going to look it up. You know how we found shit out? You ask questions. My male friends were so used to me going, hey, I got a question. They're like, oh, fuck. And I'm like, no, but I heard this thing and I don't understand. And they'd be like, please don't make me explain that. I don't want to explain this to you. That's why I had my friend Eli. He'd be like, he would not just explain whatever it was that I asked him about. This bitch would draw diagrams. He didn't care. He was like, here, let me tell you. Come here. I'll tell you everything, but you're not going to be happy. I don't care. I need to know. See, for me, there's no such thing as bad information. I just need information. Keep feeding the computer because it's hungry for data. And he explained things. Boy, when I asked him what a clapping choach was, he just looked at me. I was like, what? I said it was in a porno. He was like, obviously. I was like, what? I heard it and I didn't know what it meant. And of course, there's a different word for choach, but it was a movie about Cinderella. And apparently she had a clapping, what's this? And I was completely baffled because I didn't know if that was a real thing or not. That's how naive I was. That's how naive I was at that age. And when I asked him, I was like, "Did you ever meet a girl with the?" And he went, "What?" I was like, "God, I feel so stupid." He was like, "I think I heard you wrong. Clapping what?" I was like, "Clapping pussy," and he was like, "Stop it!" He was like. He sat there for a good 2 minutes just looking at me, shaking his head. And I was like, what? He goes, I have a question for you. I was like, what? What's wrong with you? I was like, it'd be a lot easier for me to tell you what's right with me than what's wrong with me. So let's not go there. Don't disturb the apple cart. All right. You don't need to look under every stone when it comes to my life. Just let some shit go. But he did. He explained it, and I felt so stupid. I was like, I thought it was a real thing. He goes, oh, I know you did. He's like, that's why I explained it as much as I did. He said, because your face, you were like, oh, what is it, and where do I get one? I was just like, I don't know if I want to get one because, when you live with your parents, you tend to have sex quiet. But yeah, this was before I was really introduced, to enjoying being with somebody else. But it was funny because he was just looking at me, what is wrong with you? Believe me, it's not the first time he asked me that question. Or the last, for that matter. Winning reality. Say his name and he appears. Hi, honey. Good day to you. And you'll be back in chat. Got to do some work. Well, you just listen up because I'll be talking. I hope you feel better. T-Rex, that's from Bells. The more is for illness. The more is for illness. Not watching it. Not watching what? Wicked? Oh, honey, trust me. I knew you were going to tag T-Rex for that one. You might find it for me if, if you feel so inclined, you can find me a link. But you watch Wicked? No, I was not banking on that at all. So have no fear. I knew I would have to tag T-Rex for that one. I loved Anne Rice when I was 13 to 15. Oh, the Vampire Chronicles, all those, the Mayfair Witches, Memnoch the Devil, Pandora, all of them. I read I still have all of them. I gave them to Katie to read. She's like, they're I was like, you're not my kid. How are you my kid? And you don't like Anne Rice? You don't like vampire novels? No. I like witches, though. Of course you do. But she likes vampires as long as they sparkle. She likes werewolves as long as they're hot. And she likes witches as long as they, I guess, are female. I don't know. But really, all right. She doesn't like the Vampire Chronicles. It's so weird. Enya, no, just the original Wizard of Oz. That's right. See, Wicked for me is completely different than the Wizard of Oz because it's a completely different perspective. I think that's why I don't have a problem with Star Wars movies, because when they do the standalones, everybody's like, oh, it wasn't like the rest. No, I treat that as a standalone movie. I'm not going to automatically say, oh, but it doesn't jive with this and that and that. Things are written 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years apart all across the board in all different, genres. Sometimes you just got to appreciate a movie for what it is. If it's a well-done movie, just enjoy the movie. Whether it goes into canon or the continuity is there, sometimes you have to suspend that expectation and just be like, hey, it's It's a good movie. I enjoy the movie. I enjoy the acting in it. I like the costumes. I like the pageantry of it. It's okay to just like it. But I don't know why. I just don't put Wicked with the original Wizard of Oz. There's no topping the original Wizard of Oz. There's really not in that specific, area. There's never going to be another one like it, and they can't remake it and make it better because we all have so many memories attached to the Wizard of Oz. I don't think one person who watched that movie doesn't have memories that are directly attached to that movie that evoke, nostalgic feelings in us. So yeah, they can never top that. And that's what Hollywood doesn't seem to understand. They're like, we're rebooting it because everybody loved it. No, no, no. See, everybody loved it and experienced it, and they're going to cling to that experience because it affected them profoundly, whether good, bad, whatever. You remaking it is only going to piss people off because now you're trying to rewrite their memories. You're trying to hijack their feelings. And that's a no-go. Like, don't remake amazing movies. Nobody's going to go watch them and think that it's better. Nobody. You're going to lose money and you're going to lose prestige and reputation because we're like, why would you fuck with the original? Why do you want to ruin my childhood? You've thought that before. You're like, well, you're just taking away my childhood. Like, no. This needs to stay the same. Some things need continuity. They need to just be the only one throughout time. Like, no confusion. The Wizard of Oz falls under that. But I liked Wicked because it came at it from a different perspective. Plus, the music is amazing. But definitely not for tweens or teens. Had a conference with the oldest junior high lit teacher about giving her an alternate book and to bring content to their attention. A parent recommended it. Teacher hadn't read it. Result of the conference back then, book taken out of class in junior high. Yeah, now they wouldn't. Now they just do whatever. But I totally get that. Les said, I cook because I have to cook. So there is no 4-course meals around here, but I'll make homemade tamales. Nice. Heidi said my oldest was traumatized by the content of the book back then. Yeah, absolutely. I went through that with Connor in 5th grade. They gave him a book. What the hell was it? Esperanza Rising. In the first 3 pages of the book, she's abused. Her mother is raped. Her father is killed. Her grandfather is killed. My son was like, he literally was sitting in his room crying. I don't want to read it because they were just going into detail. And I was like, oh no. I went to work and I was like, he's not reading this book. Literally the second day of school. He's not reading this book. And I don't want the other kids in the class to read this book because I'm sure the parents are unaware of what's in it. The teacher was like, we don't. I said, listen, bitch. And that's exactly how I said it because she got in my face. She was like, we don't cater. I was like, oh, no. See? No. First of all, don't step to me. You just came out of college. I will fucking kill you. But don't talk to me about what you're going to do with my kid. And then I can't have it catered. I have an IEP that says I own you, bitch. So she was just like, I'm going to make him, he'll be fine. He'll be, it'll make him more resilient and strong. And I was like, he's not reading the book. Pick a different one for him. You can't do that. I said, it says very plainly in my IEP that I can. And she was like, no. So I said, fine. I said, I'll go to Marty, the principal. She was like, whatever. He's not going to side with you. Oh, you really are new. I was like, man owes me his life. Shit, he owes me his job. He's going to side with me because he don't want me to sue him. And I went and I told Marty, I said, that bitch you got upstairs? He was like, which one? Connor's teacher, the one that sounds like Minnie Mouse? He was like, oh, Shell. I was like, first of all, I'm going to fuck her up. I said, second of all, this is the book you have my kid reading and she won't change it. He was like, what? And he opened it and he looks at it. He's like, holy shit. I was like, why do you think this would be good for a 5th grader? Oh, what do you mean she won't give him a new book? I said, she won't give him a new book. She said that she's not going to cater to me. He was like, hold on. So he calls up. He was like, "Can you come down?" Now she's pissed off, whatever, that she gets called out of class. She comes in and she storms into his office. She like throws the door open. She was like, as soon as she came in, she goes, "Let me just tell you that I decided," he was like, "first of all, don't ever come in my office like that. Who the hell do you think you are?" She was like, because she thought she had it. Whatever. I'm sitting in the chair, my legs crossed, my chin on my, hand, just looking at her like, "Bring it, bitch. Let's go. If I get out of this chair, you're dead. You're dead." Can you hear my jersey come out because I can't, like, I cannot deal with these sanctimonious teachers who think they have all the power. And I'm like, no. And he was like, "Second of all, go back out, enter correctly, and I might listen to what you have to say." And like a whipped little puppy, she turned around because he was like, "Well," and she went out, came back in after she knocked. And I'm sitting there literally giggling. And he's like, "So," I'm like, "I don't care. I'm going to enjoy this." And he was like, he explained the situation. She said, "It's not my job to cater to her." And as soon as she said, "It's not my job," see, she doesn't know Marty. That's his trigger sentence. He hates when people say, "It's not my job," or "I can't do it. I'm overwhelmed." Those are two cop-outs for him. And I went, and he went, I have never heard him dress down a teacher the way he did. And he ended it with, "And you're going to do what I tell you to do because I run this son of a bitch." I was like, Hoboken boy activated. She cried for days. And because I'm a bitch, she has to pass my classroom to get to the stairwell that goes to hers. So every morning I would make sure I was outside my door, like right in the little alcove that we all had, sitting there. And as soon as she was past, I'd be like, "Morning." And she'd fucking jump and run. I know. I'm a bitch, but whatever. She fucked with my son. So that was that. But I totally get it. I had to tell you that story though, because I love that story. I do. I love that she stood there and just could not stop crying. I'm like, wow, falling off that little self-made pedestal hurts like a bitch, don't it? But you got to learn. Sometimes you got to put your foot down. And when it comes to my kids, nobody is getting over on them. Nobody. You'll do what I tell you to do. Damn it. But yeah, we had a really good... Marty, after she left, Marty was like, "Are you happy now?" I was like, "Yes." He was like, "I could see that, evil." He was like, "You look so happy." I was like, first of all, he doesn't have to read the book. I was like, he'll read another book, which I forget what even the other book was. But you notice I remember the one he shouldn't have read. I said, and she needs to come down a couple pegs. I was like, because if she thinks she's going to run this year and like run over me like that, she got nothing coming. He was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "Not for nothing, but she needs to smarten the fuck up." And he was like, I know. He was like, "You're so Hoboken." I was like, "I know. So are you." I know. But yeah, no, you got to put your foot down because they'll do anything to get over on you. And most of it is just they haven't bothered to do the research or the work. They're just like, "Oh, somebody said this, so here, everybody read that." Bitch, did you read it? No. Why not? How are you going to explain it to them if you don't even know what's in the book? I don't understand that. Like, don't you have to have comprehension of the book in order to explain the comprehension of the book with them? Comprehension, visualization. They don't even do that anymore. They just go read the book, write a report. Oh, okay. Wait, what's clapping? Never mind. Don't want to Ellie. Whatever you're thinking it is, that's what it is. I'm here listening and stuff in my face. Oh, I wish I was, but my mother put me off my food this morning. So the last thing I had was a banana and peanut combo at peanut butter. A banana and peanut butter combo at like 12:30 last night. Damn it. I love homemade from scratch tamale. I would kill for a fucking good tamale right now. Oh my goodness. Andrea, I thought I heard a broom crash land. T3 has arrived. You're funny. Here you go. This is for you. So we have, I thought I heard a broom crash land. T3 has arrived. That's me and all my witchy glory. All my witchy glory. Thank you, Andrew, for your $2 Aussie bucks. I love Aussie bucks. Love Aussie bucks. I'm going to Lass's house for tomorrow. And yeah, pick me up on the way. Let's go. Team J. Ellie. Ellie's for the werewolves. I hate to tell you, I'm Team Jacob. I'm not a fan of the vampires, especially the ones that sparkle. And having been married to a blood-sucking, soulless fiend who apparently will never die, no matter how hard I try. Kidding in Minecraft. But yeah, no, I'm not a fan of the vamp anymore. Unless it's Spike from Buffy. Spike will always be my favorite vampire on the planet. Like, he just is. Because Spike is very much somebody I would love to have a conversation with. Oh my goodness. The amount of sarcasm and dark humor would be breathtaking. If I could have an afternoon just hanging out, smoking cigarettes, maybe having a beer with Spike and Deadpool, oh, that's nirvana for me. Oh my goodness. I would have the best time. And how fucking hilarious would that be? But thank you. And thank you again. And you haven't had tamales since Texas. Don't trust tamales from anywhere but a Mexican woman's kitchen or a flea market in Texas. I actually understand that. But yeah, no, a tamale can send you wishing for death if it's not from the right place. She makes them for Christmas. Last, we're coming to your house for Christmas. Let's see. As a Texan, I approve that. Oh, good. So we can all get together and just have hot tamales. Great. That's great. Ellie, you're funny. My stalwart Texans. I love them. I hate Wizard of Oz and Mary Poppins. Come at me, bro. You can hate them. That doesn't mean that you don't have strong feelings attached to them. Obviously, hate is a very strong feeling. So you just proved my point. Thank you. But yeah, no, there's some movies that I watch that I really don't like, but I feel compelled to watch. Like I feel obligated to watch them. It's weird. My sis loved Mary Poppins. I prefer Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Oh my goodness. Bedknobs and Broomsticks gave me the weirdest dreams. I watched it once, and that was it. It was that and Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. They came out around the same time. That was when we had all the Herbie movies. Do you remember Herbie the Love Bug? Everybody wanted a friggin' Volkswagen Beetle. I was like, why would you want such a small car? It's so small. Like, even I was small, and I was like, but it's so small. I was used to my grandfather's Lincoln Town car. And then you go and put me in a Beetle. I'm like, why? Why do you hate me? Why do you want to kill me? Like, I feel like I'm in a coffin bubble. Like, that's what I feel like. Oh, I hate those cars. They're cute. I like watching movies about, well, not anymore, because Herbie's kind of cringe. But, I mean, it made for a funny movie. But I don't want to drive one. I don't want to ride in one because that's just uncomfortable. That reminds me of Mallrats. I want to, screw you someplace very uncomfortable. Oh, like the back of a Volkswagen Beetle. Like, and yeah, that's not what he meant. Last said my dad was born in Mexico. My mom used to make them every Christmas. Aw, I made them for dad the past 8 years, but I've been making for about a decade. That's so awesome. Aw. See, you make the tamales and I make the taral, which are Italian cookies. They're Italian anisette cookies that my grandmother always made. And everybody in my family has the recipe. Everybody in my family makes them. And none of them taste like hers except mine. And that's not me being like conceited. That they've all said these taste exactly like grandma's. I'm like, I know. Because guess who taught me how to make them? Like, my grandmother and I have the same size hands. And we have the same shape hands. Like, very strong. I mean, right now my hands aren't that strong. But all my life, we had the same, like, rolling abilities when it came to, like, dough. Because for those, you have to have a certain touch. You can't overdo the work. The dough. You can't underwork it. You have to make sure it's just right. And you have to roll it out constantly over, because they're like tubular. But there's like a solid tube, not a hollow tube. And then you make them into knots and then you cook them. But if you don't do them right or you put too much pressure, they don't expand. So they stay these teeny tiny little knots of cookie and they become like brick. So you can't chew them. You can't even bite them. But the way my grandma and I do them, like we have very light touches when it comes to rolling out the dough and everything else. So they puff up to like 3 times their size and then you bite into them and it's just like biting into sweet anisette air. It's just, oh, it's so good. And I do a nice lemon anisette hard coating on the outside instead of just leaving them plain. I literally dip thousands of cookies one at a time, and then I put nonpareils or the rainbow nonpareils on top. I'm very fancy when it comes to my baking. I take a lot of pride in it. But yeah, that kind of stuff, you get known for making it, and it just becomes your job. Oh my God. And you Pippi Longstockings. I can't. Pippi Longstockings. We had a limited number of VHS, and that was the one that was probably the most played. For us, it was Anne of Green Gables. I watched that over and over and over. My oldest twins like Bedknobs and Broomsticks. Awesome. Oh, it's 0300 hours and sleep is MIA. Aw, Andrew, I'm sorry. Well, hopefully I'll drone on enough to put you out. I know it works for a lot of other, a lot of YouTubers that I know. So maybe it'll work for you. I really want to see the Wicked movie. Ariana Grande has been my celebrity crush since I was in high school. Ooh, I'm telling Megyn Kelly. How dare you? How dare you? I will say that your crushes are very eclectic. Like you don't stick to one type, T-Rex. I admire that. Heidi, yum, at last. I haven't had tamales since my kids had them in home daycare with their adopted grandma who cooked everything from scratch. We were spoiled. She was from Corpus Christi. Shout out to Texas. Dang, and at this point, might as well just take a nap. Right? I hate when you're up at like 3 a.m. You're like, oh my God, I got to get up in a couple hours. I don't want to. For the love of God, feed her a sandwich. Ariana Grande, yes, she looks terrible. Oh my goodness. I was like, what is she trying to like underway Angelina Jolie? Like, is she going for like the new Skeletor? Does she want to be like Skeletor's daughter? Like, because that's what she's looking like. She's lost so much weight. She's very pretty. Oh yeah, she's very pretty, but I like her more, healthy. I don't want to say chunky, but like healthy is a good way to go. She don't look healthy. Last, my mom was born in Texas. Woohoo! Nice. The stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas. I love that song. Last, my mouth is gonna force me to Tennessee. She's going out the door. I was just like, where are you going? I can't. I'm compelled. Like, she's pulling me there. Can you drive? I'm like, why not? Make it a family thing. Puffed up little bird wasn't as big as she thought she was. Yeah, the teacher. Yeah, no. I eat people like her for breakfast. Like, I don't like when somebody comes at me with attitude, a chip on their shoulder, and some self-righteous, self-important kind of air about them. Because I will knock you on your ass real quick. I don't like egotistical people. I just don't. I like people who are proud and confident and, I don't know, do their jobs. And she was none of those things, so she had to go. She had to go. And I'll tell you, I did. She locked horns with me a couple times. She got transferred 2 months into the job. Marty was like, I can't. He was like, I can't deal with her. He was like, you're going to wind up killing her. He was like, and then I'm going to have to go to court. And he like had this whole scenario worked out. He was like, I transferred her to the Connors school. Not my Connors. We had a school called AJ Connors. And he transferred her there, which was funny because She was very prejudiced, we found out. So he transferred her to the school that was right outside the projects. And it's all project kids. She did not have a good time. She learned to do her job and shut the fuck up, though. Menthol cough drops are a godsend. Oh my God, you can actually eat those? That makes me jealous. Do you know I can't use like holes or anything else for cough drops because it eats right through my cheek or burns my tongue? It's too strong for me. That's why like Altoids, never. I literally tried an Altoid once and thought I was going to die. Nope. I prefer the Pine Brothers cough drops. They're little more than candy, but oh, they're so good. That was one of my daughter's favorite jokes when she was little. Because your tamales are the only 10 I see. Huh? Your tamales are the only 10 I... Are you from Tennessee? Because your tamales are the only 10 I see. That was one of my daughter's favorite jokes when she was little. That's funny. That's cute. My favorite is my kindergartner's favorite and mine. Why did the tissue have to dance? Because it had a little boogie in it. That's one of their favorites. And I have several variations of that joke. That's how much they liked it. Popular. You're gonna be popular. That's from T-Rex. I'll teach you the proper poise when you talk to boys. Little ways to flirt and bounce. Yeah, I'll teach you what shoes to wear, how to wear your hair. Everything that really counts to be popular. Yeah. I stomached one of those movies. I told you I knew it. The books are not okay. And read like a C-spot run book in first grade for Twilight. Oh my goodness, absolutely. Absolutely. I went through those books in one day, all of them. I was like, what is this bullshit? And then the movies don't have half the stuff in them. And I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, the books are better. But I didn't understand like the huge thing with the movies because Kristen Stewart can't act. She just can't. She had the same smelling shit face in every single scene. And she was cross-eyed in most of them. Why is she always cross-eyed? Does she have a lazy eye or is she just that bad of an actress that she thinks that like expresses something? I don't know, but I don't like her. And she's so whiny. And like her delivery when he's like, and I am, and she's like, a vampire. Like, shut up. Like that. Yeah, you think he's a vampire and you're just going to, a vampire. Like, no, bitch, you're going to be scared. Where's the acting? Where are the chops? I don't get it. I don't see it. It ruined it for me because in the book she's much more responsive. You know, you attribute all these different characteristics to her because it's in your imagination. And then when I saw it on screen, I was like, well, that's disappointing. I was like, they made such a big deal out of this up and coming actress. She can't act. She can't act. And what pissed me off was a couple years later, they gave her the role of Joan Jett in The Runaways. I was mad. I love me some Joan Jett. Okay? I love Joan Jett. And then to see this little, weak, confused, just cross-eyed ninny playing her pissed me off. I was like, there's no way. You don't have the grit that she has. There's no way you can pull off playing Joan Jett. There's just none. None. Now, Fanning as Cherry Bomb Girl, that's fine. Lita Ford, that was fine. All of them were fine. The manager, amazing. I mean, he always plays amazing things. The guy that played the Iceman in The Iceman, he's amazing. He terrifies me to an unhealthy degree. But Kristen Stewart, nah, I hate that bitch. Hate her. Look at this. More Aussie Bucks. Let's see. What can I play? I can dance for you. Just so you know, when I play these clips where Winning has me dancing as like this Egyptian clad, like girl, I'm actually doing the dance in real life. Just so you know. I never did. I told you I don't half-ass things. If I'm doing it on the screen, more than likely I'm here. Now, I know Winning's listening. Don't take that and run with it because it doesn't mean it's going to hold true forever. With what I have, yes, I acted out. So if you see me dancing on there, then I'm dancing in my chair or I get up and I'll actually like do the dance because they're cute. And that was one. So we got, God damn it, StreamYard, I hate you, I hate you, I hate you. Stop jumping. So we have no more banana peanut butter combo. The thing was, it was late. That's a $2 Aussie super chat from Andrea. It was very late, and I didn't want to have like a meal. And I didn't want to have any like bread or anything like that because I didn't want that to sit in my stomach. And the bananas are super ripe. Like every time I walk through the living room, I can smell them all the way in the kitchen. So I knew it would be like really good. And I really wanted peanut butter because I needed like a nice shot of protein. And unfortunately, my preferred method doesn't live here. So I had bananas and peanut butter. I like bananas and peanut butter. No bread though, because then, that's just calories I didn't need and a lot of food in my stomach right before I went to bed. Yeah, it was just the easiest thing. And then we have another $2 Aussie bucks collecting for new super chat video. I know he's on it. He is. Winning does all these things for me. So like he's on it. But let's see. I want to play. In case you guys don't know why I play this one, it's because somebody used to call me a devil and they thought that I would like be hurt by it. So Winning knows me too well. He made this.
I guess that makes me the devil.
Because I just leaned into that shit. I'm like, oh, you're going to call me the devil? Okay. That, to me, that's not an insult. That's permission. You're actually requesting that I become that person. So I live to please. Here we go. And I did. So that was for you because that was meant for pissing off amphibians who called me the devil. So when it was like, oh, here you go. I was like, oh. At first I was like, oh, yeah, all right, let's play it. I want to know. I was like, I want it shorter though. There's a much longer one that I can't play. That's my Winning. He makes me videos to make me feel better. And he's just like, just in case, we'll just have it, just waiting in the wings, just in case the topic comes up one day we need to use it. Always prepared. Always prepared. Heidi, yes, those are some of my favorite as a kid, and I have the DVD still. Slap Wolfram, please, no thanks. Listen, they know that I believe in manners, and I believe in showing appreciation. I know it's hard to take, but I am very thankful. Very thankful. Elephant, be back soon teaching my kids about dinosaurs. Oh, bring T-Rex with you. He could be your audio visual. Make sure you show them your feathers, T-Rex. Rolling dough has a very different meaning here. In Australia. Does it really? Rolling the dough. I mean, the only thing I could think of is rolling the money, because that's what we call dough here. Like when you say, oh, did you bring the dough? Nobody's looking for pizza. They're like, do you bring the money? Like, where's the moolah? Where's the dough? Let's go. Sits on his paws. Why are you sitting on your paws? Making strudel from scratch. Even the phyllo dough was my job. Haven't made it in 8 years. Yeah, phyllo dough that's no joke. Like if you don't make it right, it just doesn't react well when it's baking. I did that. I rolled it too harshly together when I made it, and like the layers wouldn't separate, and it was just flat, and it just wasn't good. They still ate it, but it wasn't good. Andrew said, super vain people make my blood boil. It's my duty to inform them that their mirror is fucking lying to them. Absolutely. Absolutely. We had this discussion, and T-Rex, this is one of his favorite things. He's like, Shelly will let you get away with it and get away with it and get away with it until she says, let me tell you about you. Let me tell you a little something about you. And that's when I'm done. That's when I just head to toe. I will critique you and tell you everything I've ever observed, tell you truths you're not ready to face, and break you down until you cry. But you really got to push me to that level. Like this bitch pushed me to that point where I even apologized to Marty. And I was like, I said, I don't know what to tell you. She brought that out in me. I'm sorry for bringing this to you and causing so much whatever. And he was like, girl, stop. He was like, I'm just happy you used your words. He was like, you've come a long way since high school. Because of course he knew me in high school. And he was like, you never used to talk your way out of something or dress somebody down verbally. He was like, you would just punch him in the face and walk away. I was like, well, it's effective and it doesn't take as long. He was like, yeah, but now you're over 18. I was like, and I could go to jail. He was like, exactly. He was like, I'm very proud of you. You use your words like a big girl. I'm like, I'm a big girl. I get a cookie. That's where that actually stems from, the whole get a cookie. Because he came into my room one day with a shopping cart full of sandbags because I had a sand table and I needed sand. And he was like, oh, I'll just order it. I was like, it's $2 for a 50-pound bag of sand. All right, so order like 4. I said, it's $50 each to ship them. Can you drive a mile down the road to Home Depot and go get me sand for your students? And he was like, he wasn't used to like people telling him what to do anymore. And he forgot, I'm bossy. But he went and bought it, and he came in and he was like, I got you goddamn sand. Are you happy now? I was like, oh, what a good boy. You get a cookie. And he was like, don't tease me. So the next day I brought it. I was like, all right, Marty, what's your favorite kind of cookie? Oatmeal cookies with no raisins, but not the crispy kind. I like them soft, and nobody knows how to make them soft because they get hard so fast. I was like, that sounds like a problem. And he just looked at me. I was like, whatever. He was like, whatever, you're not going to make me cookies. And I was like, okay. The next morning he came into his office. There was a big fucking container on his desk with a bow on it that said, I fucking made you cookies. And he opened it, and they were oatmeal cookies I made from scratch. They were nice and soft and gooey. And he was just like, oh, that was it. After that, he asked for snickerdoodles. He asked for chocolate chip walnut cookies. It was like, damn, what am I, your personal freaking baker? But I did it because I like when people are happy. But yeah, no, oh God, I can see her face in front of me perfectly because I watched her come in all arrogant and, full of piss and vinegar and leave crying. So go ahead, tangle with me. Let's go. I love doing that to people. I think when you deserve it, you should be, humiliated. If you're going to be an asshole, especially to kids, you need to be taken down. You do. And I don't care who does it, but I hope it's me. Casting couch coochies are now Hollywood elites. This is probably one of my favorite super chats. Casting couch coochies. I love it. I love it. I love alliteration. Hello, talking trash and truth. Like coffee and chaos. I love alliteration. That made me so happy. I am going to make nerd dance. And yes, I dance to it, but that one I can't dance to too often because it makes the titties bounce really hard. And then like today they kind of hurt. So that's definitely a titty bouncer. But I love it. Come on. That's great. But thank you very much for casting couch coochies. Fucking made me laugh. I don't know. Ellie said, "You're the devil?" I knew the devil was a female. I mean, was there ever any doubt? I really don't think there's a lot of doubt. The most beautiful angel ever, completely encrusted from head to toe in the most precious jewels God could make, and then turns around and goes, "But why are you in charge? I want to be in charge." And then secretly poisons the well against God. Of course, the devil's likely to be female. Come on now. I mean, I know I'm being nasty to our sex and everything, but let's be real. We could be offended or we could be honest. Women are just better at that type of manipulation. They really, really are. And if a man is really good at that type of manipulation, it's because he's nothing but a bitch. So, and we know a couple of those. But yeah, no, I'm convinced that they made Satan male, even though he's probably just unisex or whatever. But they made him male to tempt Eve. But I think the bigger sin would have been him being a woman and tempting Eve. And Eve probably would have trusted like another female more than she would have trusted a male to go against her husband. Because let's face it, men don't usually turn you against your husband. It's the women who get in your head. That's why, like all Greek mythology, whenever you see somebody breaking up or like some strife happening, it's not usually induced by a male. It's usually caused by a female. You know, like Psyche. Psyche was perfectly happy in her relationship, even though she couldn't see the person she was with, the love of her life. But he was there all the time, doing everything for her, giving her all the love she needed. His only caveat was, you cannot see my face. Don't try to see my face. I don't want you to know my identity. And she, okay, she was happy. She rolled along with it. And then these females come along and start, oh my God, how can you be with him? You don't know what he looks like. How can you trust him? He could be deformed. He could be this, but it didn't matter to Psyche because she loved him. Yet these women came and you should be worried, and he could be a murderer, and you don't know, and he might not be who he says. What if he's got another life out there? What if you already know him and he's with somebody else? Like, they put all these things in her head, which is why they called her Psyche, because they wanted to mess with her mind. And what did she do? She let it get to her. She tried to view him while he was sleeping, and lack of electricity, they used oil lamps. The story goes that she tilted the oil lamp toward him to see his face. The hot oil dripped out and burned him. He woke up and left her forever. So she had her heart completely broken, wound up like never the same. She is the broken Psyche, because she let other people put doubt in her mind about something that she was sure of. That's the whole story of that. And women are good at that. They're good at getting in there. I was talking to Winning like 2 days ago about it. I think it was like 2 days ago. And I said something about wait, my thoughts are now I see, this is the way my brain works. I'm trying to tell you something, but my brain has elected to show me a movie of every fucking Greek myth that I've ever read on fast forward. And I'm trying to shut the movie down, but it's kind of loud in my head. What was I saying? Oh, so I was talking to Winning, and I said, women have a way of getting into your head. I was like, if you notice, it's not the men that talk shit. Like, if I'm in a relationship and I have a problem in that relationship, if I go to a man, I'm going to get logical advice usually, unless he's secretly trying to get me in bed. Then he's going to manipulate whatever he tells me to his own ends. But for the most part, he's going to be like, oh yeah, guys do that, whatever. They just give you practical advice. It's not always the best. It's not always helpful, but it's practical. A woman's they want to defend you, but they're like, oh, well, he's giving her a problem. Well, if he goes away, she'll more time for me. Yeah. And they don't think that. It's just, that's what they do. It's just that, is it unconscious or subconscious? I guess it's an unconscious act that they do because they're really not aware of it. And they'll go, oh, yeah, he shouldn't talk to you like that. You should break up with him. And da-da-da. Like this person who wanted you to be in a relationship forever so you could be happy. This is what they told you. As soon as you get in that relationship and hit a snag, they're like, oh, quit. Fuck him. Like, you don't need that. Girl, we'll go here. We'll go there. Da-da-da. That's why I don't talk to women about my relationship problems. I just don't. Because it's never, it's never my fault when I'm talking to a woman. It's always his fault. And that seems kind of unfair because it takes two to tango. There's never just one person at fault. Did they transgress all those times? Maybe. But did you allow them to? Yes. Oh, well, yeah, I was going to tell him, but then, he fixed it and he didn't do it anymore. So I just let it go until the next time. And that's our fault when we do shit like that. That's stupid. Like, address it, resolve it, and don't have to deal with it again. Hopefully, like that's the way it should be. But listening to somebody else and oh, girl, it's not your right. You could do so much better, and you buy it for like that minute, and then you break up or you make it bigger than it was, and you're like, why did I listen to this person? So just don't. Rolling the dough. Oh, okay. It's all about the cock. There you go. That's a $10 super chat. 10 Aussie bucks to put cock. Oh man, I need a chicken video. Oh, I want one. Just cock-a-doodle doo. Oh my God, that would be so fucking funny. Let's see, what can I play? Did I do this one?
All I do is win, no matter what.
Because that's my favorite. That is my favorite. Not gonna lie. But no, for 10 Aussie bucks, you get the full quintet. Quintet is 5, right? Because there's 5 of us there. I know somebody's going to say there's only 4 of you, but winning's in the background, so that's 5. I think I got that right. But thank you very much. Rolling the dough's all about the cock. Cock-a-doodle-doo. That's a lot of cock. That's a lot. We love roosters around here. Laz said, I got a phone call, so my apologies for the delayed response to your joke. Can't be much more delayed than mine, although I am only, 10 minutes behind? Oh, I'm only 9 minutes behind. Y'all are slacking. Don't worry, I'm going to be way behind once I start doing the script. Oh my God, breaking. Matt Gaetz withdraws his name for consideration as AG. Shut up. No, he didn't. Did he really? Oh no, that's shitty news. Thanks for telling us, Ellie, but oh my God, why? Oh, Last said, oh my God, that's why I was on the phone. I just found out too. Well, this is just bullshit. Yep, it is bullshit. They squeezed them out. Maybe there's something there. Better to find out now than find out later. What if there is a problem? Again, I say God does everything for a reason. Unfortunately, I think that's the wrong move for him, but maybe he's being the bigger man and saying, you know what, this is deviating from our agenda and our goals as a group. Maybe he thought it was hurting the group effort. Well, shit, Ellie, all the lies spread and having to deal with it probably why. I mean, yeah. Gat said he was there we go. Gat said he was a distraction and the DOJ needs to be ready to go on day 1. That's actually really good. That's actually really good because we can't have anybody in any way jeopardizing the effective. Sorry. I tried to swallow spit and talk at the same time, and apparently that didn't work out well for me. We can't have anybody jeopardizing the effectiveness of what we got going. He's right. Day 1, we got to hit the ground running and not stop for 4 years, 8 years, 12 years, 16 years. Like, we got to make this so that it keeps going. And if they're going to make a big deal out of this and not the actual issues on the table, well, then that is a problem. I applaud him for doing that, because they're going to use that against him forever. Forever. But I appreciate the self-awareness that he's showing and the self-sacrifice that he's putting forward, because that position could have made him forever. Like really cemented his name. So to give it up for us, for our, benefit, that says a little something about his character, I think. At least that's how I choose to see it. I don't like to see the half empty glass. I like it half full, with room for growth. Trump said he appreciated Getz. Damn feral, them scared little bitch. Yep, they really are. Last said hope that DeSantis appoints him to Rubio's spot. Oh, that'd be good. That'd be good. He needs to be in the Senate so he could still be a thorn in their butts. Yep, that was my thinking. He might not be able to call the shots, but he could still give them. Trump needs to hold firm, otherwise we'll be swimming backwards. The thing is with Getz, if he did pay somebody for sex, I really don't care. Do any of you have a problem with prostitution? Because it's not something I spend my days thinking about. I don't care. Honestly, it's literally the world's oldest profession. Like, if you have prostitutes, then you have men out there paying for sex, which I think is better than going out there and forcing people to have sex, or men that go out and like have one night stands or like start relationships with people just to have sex and then dump them right afterwards or ghost them. Like, I would rather just go out and buy it instead of manipulate for it. And it's not like the person's not willing. I don't know the specifics. I know somebody said that she was like 17, but said she was 18 as a prostitute. Not really surprising. There were a lot of kids as runaways that had problems and they became prostitutes. But I have a problem with when they're really young. But I mean, if they say they're legal, I mean, what the fuck am I supposed to say? I don't want to judge anybody else's morality. If you're criminal, then that's a problem. If something you do is criminal, that's a problem. But he's not old. He's young. Like, and when did this happen? I doubt it happened like yesterday. This had to have happened like years and years ago. I do have a word of advice for all these people going out to be politicians, though. If you're going to enter the world of politics, either one, never make a mistake in your life or a error in judgment. That's number one, especially something scandalous. Or two, own that shit. Put it out there the second you decide to go into politics and be like, hey, this is all the stuff that I did. Look where I am now. And I have everything to give, and you can believe in me because I've struggled and I've been through it. I prefer knowing that somebody overcame demons than to think they never had them at all, because that seems impossible. It's a lie as soon as it leaves their mouth. Nobody lived a perfectly, saintly life. So whatever you did, don't bury it. I don't believe in skeletons in the closet. Those fuckers always wind up coming out at the worst possible time. You've heard me say it, the truth will out. The truth always comes to light. Always. It could be 80, 200, 500 years. It doesn't matter. Some autist on the globe will figure that shit out and find the proof. And then the jig is up. So why deny it? Why pretend it didn't happen? Just lean into it and say whatever and own it. People are going to be a lot more forgiving if you're like, hey, I did all this stuff and I am so sorry. It's not what I meant to do. I am a different person. And this is why. And because everybody loves a redemption story. Everybody loves a redemption arc. Because it gives you hope that if you screw up one day, you'll be redeemed as well. That's what we want. We want something relatable. We want something that gives us hope. Like if you could get through that and get to where you are, shit, I could do that too. It motivates us. Sorry, I had to yell at my kids because for some reason lately they like to talk outside my door and it's very distracting. I was very upset with Tuesday's show because I was all over the place the last half hour because they were all in the living room arguing at the top of their lungs and it was very distracting. And when I finished the show, I went out and blasted everybody. But I feel terrible. I mean, it's good, that he did it early, but still, it's everything that goes wrong or every misstep is always ammunition for the other side. And they're just so evil about it. Okay, my apologies for all the political talk. Girl, stop it. Talk about whatever you want when we come here. What, because I don't squirrel? Oh, yeah, that never happens. The world wants Trump. So please, President Trump, take your cement. Take your seat, maybe. Take your cement. I mean, I'm Italian, so when you talk about cement, it's not a good thing. No. No, the cement is no good. He's no good. No bueno. I'm sure all the accusations and Me Too bullshit got to him and his family. Oh, I'm sure. Oh, that repeated. Are we going to have to bring back Me Poo? For real. Hashtag Me Poo and hashtag Amber Turd. We should do that because then they'll start looking at that old video of mine again and I'll get more watch hours. What the fuck was that? What the fuck was what? What was what? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't speak your language. In my opinion, I believe there were talks of making sure he was part of the team, meaning having him take Rubio's seat, which DeSantis appoints. No approval from anybody. You gotta love DeSantis. There's more than one way to get what you want. Yeah, we gotta learn better moves. Like Trump knows how to play chess, but he plays chess like, war games, which is great because he doesn't actually do the war games. He just plays political war games and he wins. And it's great. Once those Dems get a little cracked, they'll call in all the ferals and we're back to where JB left off. Let's hope not. Let's just hope we get through this whole Ukrainian bullshit because that's more prevalent on my mind than who Matt Gaetz is sticking it to, in the past. Like none of that is going to destroy the world. However, an old man that comes out of the fucking rainforest says, yeah, go ahead, do whatever you need to do, and then disappears back into the rainforest trying to start World War III. That's a problem. That's a problem to me. It's a more pressing problem. Speaking of Hollyweird, Rob Reiner drives himself bonkers post-election, checks into a facility. He probably went to a fat farm. Fucking meathead. Eggplant! Hello, Lefty. Hello. No way. Elephant, really? He should. Suzanne, I was just talking about you. Another one of my strong women. How you doing, honey? I hope all is well up in Canada, our lofty neighbor. It was found to be false accusations and dropped. Wet nail. Non sequitur of the day goes to Suzanne. Well, you be careful with your nails. I know I like to do my nails during Winning's show. And then he'll always say, Shelly, can you send me? I'm like, God damn it. I'm going to fuck up my nails trying to type. Damn it. Look, Biden's administration has been investigating this for 3 years, and the DOJ said they didn't find anything. The witness and victim were not believable. Yeah, they said they're not credible. Not credible at all. I mean, that's what these people do. They send out these like honeypots. We've seen this go down a million times. Pardon the phrasing. But it's what they do. They put these like clap traps in front of these guys, and of course they're going to fucking fall for it. And then they wait 5 years, 10 years, 15 years. They don't care. And then they come out with like some stupid bitch like EJ Carroll, and they're like, oh, she doesn't remember. We have no proof. But here, we need billions. Like, here, give her all the money. All the money. It's like, whatever. Anything to tarnish somebody's reputation. Was was Darth doing the thing on, was it Marcus Aurelius that he was reading? I can't remember, but I know one of the rules was protect your reputation at all costs. And it is very valuable advice because once your reputation's shot, it's hard to get that bitch back. And it's always going to have a couple dents in it. It'll never be as bright as it was when you first trotted it out. If there was something there, they would have prosecuted him. Yeah. That's the thing. They don't prosecute people anymore criminally. They take them down in civil suits where you don't really have to prove much of anything. It's basically opinion. And we saw it with the Johnny Depp trial. You know, that was not criminal so much as it was civil. You know, that's what they do. That's their new weapon of choice because they don't have to, provide evidence. They don't have to really do much of anything except sway you to believe that this person did something, wrong to this person and they deserve money. So that's the new way of doing things. And I think for them, it's effective because they can't prove it criminally, but civilly, they don't have to. They just have to warp the people's minds to believe that it happened or that somebody is owed something. And then they take that as, oh, that's a conviction. It's not a conviction. It's not. That is not a criminal conviction. That is not an indictment of who they are or what they've done. It doesn't prove shit. It means a bunch of people sat around listening to some sob story and say, you know what, give her money. And now forever, he's going to be saddled with that moniker. Like, that's where they're at, which is why Johnny Depp had to fight so hard. Because they never charged him with shit because they didn't have anything. But she was out there running her mouth, making sure that all the people with all the power were backing her up. Me too. Hashtag me too. Hashtag fuck you. Like, that's my hashtag. Fuck you. That's how they do it. All right, can't jail them, but I can bankrupt them. I can make sure they never work again. I can make sure that they want to go home and like commit harry-carry. Like, that's what they do. It's absolutely devious and genius at the same time. But it's diabolical. It's just an evil way to do things. But they figured it out, and that's the way they went. They obviously didn't have any legal grounds to prosecute. For fuck's sake, DC has a sex scandal slush fund. Yep. They act like they're all clean and pure. What happened to the dude that had the video of him getting ass railed in the middle of the Senate hearing room? Like, what happened to him? What happened to the one that was doing the railing? Shouldn't they pay some type of price? I don't get it. Like, that was a big thing for 2 days, then boop, gone. Because nobody came forward, and after we found out, nobody gives a shit because they all do it. All right, so remind me to never put anything on any desk, flat surface, or stable surface anywhere in the Capitol building, ever. Because it's probably schmegmed to high heaven by the jizz of idiots past. So, bleh, like, no. You can't even sit anywhere. Jesus. Man charged in jail for trying to shake down Getz, his family, for $25 million. It's all been recorded as people were wired. FBI said there was not one scintilla of proof. See, Andrew, that's the thing. Like, but they cave. Cement is a medicine taken with water, harden the fuck up. See, here's cement is what you make shoes out of when you want people to disappear. That's what the guineas do. And I can say that since I'm a guinea. But yeah, no, that's the whole thing in America. It's all about the cement booties. Be like, oh, she's mad at you. She's mixing the cement. Like, see, that's a cultural difference. There we go. I'm glad you explained that. Yepper's Darth Reddit. Yeah, it was it Marcus Aurelius? I want to say that it was, but my brain is hungry. And I can't think of it. They have the heat on. It's so hot in my room right now. I'm literally sitting here like fanning myself with this clipboard. All right, so We're all caught up to chat. We talked for an hour and a half. Let me just quick get to the topic that we came here for today. All right. So blame, shame, and guilt, I believe, are actually the tools of the devil. I do. I believe they're evil things on this earth. I don't think God encourages feelings of blame, shame, and guilt. I think it's a construct of religious institutions who seek to control society for their own purposes and using the interpretations of God's will. God doesn't promote painful feelings. He promotes discovery, truth, repentance, and change. The devil, however, exists to stir up negativity within all of us. Evil loves pain. It thrives on it. God prefers love. Love of him, love of self, love of others. Basically, God wants you to love life. He doesn't want you to wake up every day miserable. He gave you this amazing planet. He gave you all these miracles walking around. He gave you animals to give you comfort and joy and laughter and protection. He gave you all this bounty. You think he wants you waking up every day going, oh, another fucking day. No, that's the devil that wants you to be like that. The devil wants you to feel bad. The devil wants you to be miserable, because then you're susceptible to his machinations. You fall for his bullshit, to put it bluntly. You don't have those breaks in your spirit without pain. Pain makes those breaks. It causes the cracks. God doesn't do that. God tries to keep you all together and, get in your head and say, no, you're mine. You're my kid. You're worth this. Keep going. Look around. If you feel yourself getting more and more depressed or more upset or more guilty or whatever, think about what you would say to somebody else who felt that way and turn it on yourself. Because more than likely, you're going to come up with something to comfort them and say, hey, you're looking at this all wrong. This is not something that you need to take on. But yet you won't say that to yourself. And a lot of my self-soothing, which I only learned to do recently, is to tell myself, stop being an idiot and letting other people pick your mood. You woke up in a good mood. Obviously, somebody wanted to come along and trample on it. Why did you let them? You're stronger than this, bitch. You're a lot tougher than this. Do not let other people dictate your mood. It's very, very difficult to act out in real time, but start saying it to yourself. Start doing that to yourself. Pep yourself up. It might not work the first 1, 2, 3, 4 dozen times. I don't care. Keep going. Practice makes perfect. How do you get to Carnegie Hall? Practice. Same way. How do you get to a healthy psyche? Practice. If you want to be a better person, you have to practice better dealings with other people and with yourself, better reactions, better self-analysis. You got to be kinder to yourself. Not everybody in the world is going to be kind to you, but you definitely can be kind to you. I have a really hard time being kind to myself. And it's almost like I feel ashamed when I give myself a pat on the back. I do. Because I know somebody at some point has been like, who the fuck do you think you are? Oh, did you see her gloating about her quote unquote accomplishment? I've faced that my entire life. It doesn't matter what I've achieved. I am not allowed to be proud of it. But, oh, look, she fell over and made a hole in the ground. Oh, but her head is still in one piece. Clap for her having a hard head. Other people are like that with other people, but it doesn't apply to me. It's okay, so she farted and it sounded like a, choo-choo train and everybody thinks it's great. And yet I went and got straight A's for 13 fucking years. But who do you think you are? You think you're smart. What? Wait, where'd that come from? Why? Because I'm oh, I graduated 6th in my class. And what do you think? You think that makes you special? Fuck yes, it does. Did you do it? Did you? Are you mad because I did it and I said it and I'm proud of myself? Or are you just jealous because you didn't fucking do it? Because you can't say it. Those are the people you got to watch out for. The one-uppers. And the one-uppers will always hear you say something good that you've done and turn it into a negative to make you feel bad. Because they didn't do it. Because they can't do it, or they don't want to do it, and they know it's not in their character. So they have to malign you and make you feel bad. I don't see the point in that. God would never do that. Jesus would never do that. The Holy Spirit doesn't inspire you so you could be mediocre. Like, they inspire you. They fill you with love. They fill you with their light so that you can be great and you can know it. Be humble, but know it. Because if you don't recognize how awesome you are when you do something, how are you ever going to repeat it? If you get no positive feedback, you're not going to do that thing again. And the world is worse for it. Fuck what everybody says. Be the best you can be. I'm a foul-mouthed, dark-thoughted, very, very intense person most of the time. I think deeply. I feel deeply. I react profoundly and extreme. But that's who I am. Nobody outside of me has a right to tell me if that's right or wrong. You don't like it? All right. Suck it up, buttercup, because that's me. You don't like it? There's another person over there, another person over there. This conversation don't need to happen. Turn your ass around, walk away. I'll be fine. That's why I always grew up being told, if you lose this person, that'll be the end. And it's occurred to me, you lose people in life. I didn't end. Because guess what? I existed long before I met this person. And I was fine. Like, even if I was fucked up or whatever, I existed. I lived before this person. I will live after them. Is there going to be hurt and pain there? Sure. But should it kill me? Only if I let it. That's a choice. Letting somebody destroy you. The initial reaction, that's not really your choice. But how you deal with it and process it, that's your choice. Never give these people power over you. We've been conditioned since we're little that everything that's wrong is our fault. Why? Because it frees up the adults that were in our life to go and do whatever they want to do without any kind of consequence. No accountability, no responsibility. It's never them. It's never them. I don't think that God intended that. I think that is something that the evil of the world thrives on. I think that's one of their tools. That's their creation. You know, when you've experienced feelings of guilt and shame, what was the effect it had on you? I mean, did it serve a purpose? Was it a good purpose? You know, did it leave you better, smarter, more appreciated, stronger? Probably not. Likely it left you weaker, more unsure, more insecure. And then you're open, like I said, to the manipulations of other people with nefarious purposes. If they have bad intentions, then that's when you're going to see them come out. I don't think God or any higher spirit, whatever you believe in, the universe, I don't think it ever sets out with that intention or expectation for us to live our lives letting the outside world dictate who we are or how we act. We have this divine spark inside us. I call it the divine spirit. And with that within us, we should act on what's placed in our souls. We should act on that divine spark, and we should always act from it, from a good place. I know it's easy to say, hard to do, but again, practice. To live outward, projecting, that spark, God's influence onto the outside world is a wonderful thing. To be pure and become strong in, the light of the universe or the light of God and that wisdom and love. To be that instrument on earth that's always a positive reflection of the one that made you, of whatever you feel made you. Because again, I talk about religion, but I don't like, well, I talk about God. I don't talk about religion so much. I talk about more spirituality, but I don't want to push it on anybody. I'm just saying right now, like at this point in my life, it brings me a lot of clarity and it brings me a lot of peace. And that's something I've never known in my life was peace. And I have a lot of inner peace because I'm realizing a lot of the things that I carried around my whole life weren't my responsibility and they weren't my fault. Why do I feel shame for what my father did to me? He was in his fucking late 30s. I was anywhere from 3 to 9. How, as a baby, I'm supposed to what? Hold myself responsible for his disgusting actions? No, but I did. For 40 plus years, I did that. And I let it destroy me. I let it cripple my personality and who I could be. I let it make me angry and bitter and untrusting. I let it destroy all my potential because they did this thing and I didn't have them to blame and they wouldn't take responsibility. So somebody had to, so I picked up the mantle. I know a lot of you do that throughout your lives. If somebody's slacking, you pick up the slack. Sometimes that's good, but when it comes to guilt and shame and stuff like that, it's not good. It's not yours. It's not yours. Put it back down. Put it down, and if nobody picks it up, well, then nobody picks it up, but it's not your job. It's not my job, man. You know, I always view like Satan or the devil or demons or whatever you want to call that whole dark side of life. I call the devil tricky. I think he's very clever. I think, and I can understand how the devil operates because when you're hyper vigilant, it's kind of the same thing, but the results are different. The devil watches everything. He observes everything. He notices patterns. He learns who's going to do things. He can anticipate who's going to, take the cookie, who's going to this, who's going to cheat, who's going to whatever. He knows what he can get you to do. I operate in the same way. I know how to manipulate pretty much anybody I've ever met. The difference is that's his focus and mine is just to avoid having the manipulation turned on me. My whole focus is to avoid being used, to avoid being hurt, whereas his is to hurt and to use people. So we're two sides of like the same behavioral coin, but vastly different because he wants to hurt and I want to heal, not just me, but other people. And it's through that power of observation, watching people. And it takes, I want to say it takes time if you're new at it, because it does. It takes a lot of practice. But like somebody like me, I don't know how to be any other way. I've been doing this since I was a baby and I can actually remember it. I think that's why I have the memory I have, is because I latch on to information and never let it go. That info is always in the data bank, ready to pop up at a moment's notice if I need it. And if you think the devil's any different, I think you're mistaken. I just think our intentions are vastly different. But I do. I think he knows that evil can appeal to people at certain times in their lives more than others, like rebellious children. Yeah. They're going through this now with the kids. They're going after the kids and the kids are going with it, but they're not saying that it's evil. They're not calling it what it is. They put it under like the fake guise of exploration. They're just finding out who they are. There's this whole fake discovery of self that society is pushing, that the devil in society is pushing. That's the narrative. And I don't buy it. You find out who you are through experience. You don't create experiences to figure out who you are. And that's what they're doing. They set the experience and go, oh, well, I liked it, so that's who I am. No, that's not how life works. You don't go out and experience specific things and that's who you are. No, life throws things at you and then you figure out who you are based on your reaction to that. So they take a real world scenario and they flip it to their advantage. We don't always see it. You know, we're born knowing we're more than just a bag of meat and bones. You know, we're beyond flesh. We existed before, we will after, you know, this whole mortal coil. You know, God made us all in his image. He wants us to reflect that to the world. So why would he do the things that I believe the devil does? You know, because the devil plays games. God doesn't have to play games. God owns the field. He owns the field. He owns the players. Games are not his thing. He's just like, all right, I'll let it play out though. And it's his choice. He could put you in play or he could bench you as needed, and he will. That's what God does. That's what higher power does. You know, we have free will. Yet in the end, our everything exists at God's discretion, not our own. Anybody who thinks that they have like, oh, I have power to do whatever. No, you don't. The ultimate power lays in God's hands. Even the devil doesn't have that power. You know, I believe too that the devil exists at God's discretion, just like we do. I think he's a useful tool that God allows to exist in order to teach us right from wrong, dark from light, to create situations where we learn tolerance and patience, resilience, forgiveness, love. He doesn't want us to suffer needlessly. You know, even pain has a purpose, I believe. I don't think God lets anything go. I think he uses every single moment of our lives to build us. It's up to us to do it because, again, free will. But I do believe he makes the most of every moment. Every trial ends in a lesson. Something is learned, something that, you know, maybe if you don't get it the first time, it might bear repeating. What guilt does, guilt burdens your soul. It skews your vision. It warps reality, just like shame. They could be useful, don't get me wrong, in small doses, you know, like a morality meter that, you know, tells you what's good or bad or dangerous or whatever, you know, to guide us. But I don't think it was ever created to rule us. Not by God. I think the devil decided that was a good tool to rule us. Because when we hold on to these feelings, we experience this huge surge of self-hatred and self-doubt. You know, we lose sight of the goals that we've set and that God has set before us. We allow it to create windows of opportunities for evil to sneak in and stir up trouble. Because we move away from trusting in God to see us through all these things, to enlighten us beyond the wall that we erect between us and the rest of the world. I mean, make no mistake, guilt, shame, blame, they're all walls. They're walls that the devil uses to obscure your connection to God, the divine, and the world around you. To block out that light that signifies like love and forgiveness. He uses it to build hatred, even against yourself. You build hatred for others without knowing it, but most of your hatred is turned inward. And that just makes you more pliable to somebody with bad intentions. You know, it's easy to feel bad when you step wrong. It's easy to lay the blame at your own feet or accept the blame, however you want to put it, to smooth things over. It's easy to descend into misery and despair, and it's easier to do that than find the strength you need to fight back and the strength you need to stand in the light. Sometimes you don't want to be illuminated. You want to be in the dark. You don't want to be seen. You want to be alone. You know, God gets that. God is light, eternal. He's the miracle that keeps us in orbit. He keeps creating life and beauty over and over in a world that's challenged by these huge forces of darkness. And he wants us to work through those feelings, I think. I don't think he allows it just for the sake of allowing it. I think it serves a purpose. He wants us to keep to his word and his truth. Keep it at the forefront of your life. Live through that, no matter how hard things get. Use the teachings that he gave us as armor, and fight the darkness. There's no might or power anywhere like God's. The universe is the most powerful, glorious thing that he created. It really is. Because it's a home for all of us. It's nourishment for all of us. Everything we get from the universe. Nothing is we can't survive just based on ourselves alone. There has to be a relationship with the universe in order for us to continue. And that's all in his power. So I think, yeah, he allows shame and guilt and all that to exist, but he wants us to rise above it. He wants us to realize that it's better. If you look at it, I mean, in this game, call it the game of life. God owns the field, the ball, the players, the turf, the rules, the clock, the air we need to live, run and play. All that belongs to him. The playbook is his. It's all his. The devil's just there to misdirect you, to confuse you and cause you to fumble the play. To cause disharmony and make you think that you're going to lose the game, to shake your confidence, to make you think your missteps define you and that's it. Like, this game can never be recovered because I did this thing and now we've lost. He wants you to feel defeated, the devil. He, she, whatever you want to call it. But that's what evil wants. Evil wants you to be defeated, to feel defeated. But the light side, God, he knows you're better than that. He made you better than that. And he knows it's his game. It's his everything. He's going to win. He'll never let us be defeated. And you got to keep that in your head. Not everything in the world is your responsibility. Some of it you got to pass off to God and go, here, I can't. This is not my battle to fight. If you need me, I'm here, but I need you to take this because it's affecting me, and it shouldn't. It shouldn't. It's not my bullshit. This belongs to somebody else. So here, put this in like you're lost and found, and when you find them, give it to them, and because I can't. It's not my job. Not my job, man. Not my job. I don't think God will ever let us be defeated. I really don't. Every win, every momentary loss, every play, all belong to him. It's all part and parcel, all together. You got to take the good with the bad. But there's nothing outside God that could ever be greater than God. That's what I have faith in. Satan is, he's a tool, but he's not greater than God. He thinks he is. He's not. He would have you believe otherwise. For me, I find a lot of forgiveness and peace in God, like I've said. It's not easy because we make it difficult. In some way, free will kind of gets in your way. It really does. It can mess you up. It allows for you to make mistakes and triumphs and, that we need to make to understand the nature of man and God. To understand that, you have to understand that man and God are vastly different, though one created the other. We are extremely fallible. God is not. We need to stop feeling guilty for being fallible. He wanted us to be that way because you don't grow otherwise. You don't learn otherwise. You stay stagnant. None of us are beyond redemption. I think everybody's worthy. And I have to believe that I will always be, and you will always be welcomed home when you've lived according to his will and his plan. It doesn't mean that we're perfect. Only God's perfect. We're human. We are beautifully imperfect, flawed, highly flawed, and very fragile, but kissed by the divine. We each hold that divine power within us to varying degrees. We were given a spark to help us navigate through the darkness, through the deepest, most turbulent waters until the tide calms down again, and it will. It always does. You may only have moments of calmness in a lifetime full of turbulence, but those moments count. When we experience shame or guilt, when we shirk our responsibilities or we take on the responsibilities of others unnecessarily, when we let those feelings fester, never release it, what's the purpose? We all do it. Do you think that it was intended for you to live this way under the weight of things that have already happened? Or do you think he'd have you learn the lesson and move on, improved and enlightened? Do you think that somebody who created you out of pure love would want you to suffer endlessly, lost in the dark that you placed yourself in with the help of others and, whatever evil is out there? Or would that glorious being choose for you to grow and share the lessons, spread the lesson that you learned with other people, your children, your family, your friends, and help reshape the world in a better way, in his image, maybe? Ultimately, God's plan is for our ascension, for us to strengthen our connection to him and reflect his light onto the world and onto the people that matter most to us. I guess to bathe them in his light, in his glory, as they say. I always like that word, his glory. Like that evokes an image in my head that I'm very attached to. Because when I think of the glory of God, there's no darkness. It's all brilliance. Nothing is hidden. There is nothing that can be not covered, but there's nothing that can be misrepresented. Everything comes to light. Everything is exactly as it is in that light. And the light eradicates the dark. It eradicates the negative feelings, because negative feelings have no place in God's orbit, and we want to be in God's orbit. So darkness has no place in our lives. Yet we're stuck with it. And then you get the feelings of guilt and shame, and you examine everything about yourself, and you start to really talk yourself down. Not talk yourself down, talk down to yourself. You belittle yourself. You self-flagellate, even if it's just verbally. So if you feel guilty or you feel shame, examine why. Really look at it. Choose to resolve that and then move on and be free from the burden of it. Oh, finally, we must be unburdened by what has a valid fucking application. There you go. If you want to be unburdened by what has been, then guilt and shame and blame have no place in your life. They don't. Because they're just holding you back from being a better you, for being happier, lighter. It makes sense in that we have to let go of the past. We have to resolve it and allow what has been to illuminate the path forward. Don't look back. I used to tell my son all the time, stop looking back, stop looking back. He said, why do you always tell me that? I said, it's not just when you're walking. It's everything in life. You keep looking back with such intensity that you're not looking at what's in front of you, and you're either going to miss something that's really good, or you're going to trip yourself up because you don't see something coming that's going to get in your way. Stop looking over your shoulder and look forward. Nothing back there is going to trip you up where you're going. You got to keep looking forward. You got to keep trudging forward. Yes, be aware and recognize and acknowledge everything behind you, but be present in the steps you take and look forward to make sure that you're not going to fall over something you know that's coming up. That's what you need to do. I've never wanted him to just carry this bad feeling with him. I'm like, listen, being happy is a choice. Choose to be happy. Choose to be hopeful. Choose to be kind. Because if you don't, you're going to fuck up your life. Nobody else. Because it's your choice to be held back. I've made that choice many, many times. And look where I'm at. I want you to be better. I want you to have a better life. That's always my goal. Yes, God is my goal. Getting on good terms with God is a goal. But my main goal is that my children live better, happier lives than me. Do they all have their own stones to carry, crosses to bear? Yes. But if I've been through something that I know I could just explain to them so they don't have to go through it, or if I could protect them from something, I will. But for the most part, I want them to always keep looking forward. Never, ever, ever worry about what's behind you. Because they're just specters. That's all it is. They're just memories at that point. And it took me 50 years, but I've learned that memories only have the power you give them. You know, and if you give it negative power, you're going to have negative outcomes every time. So why go there? One sec. You know, all this the guilt and shame, it bogs you down. And I've told him this. Being stagnant is like one of the worst things I can think of. Like just being stuck in a place, being in a rut. Horrible. To me, stagnancy, like idleness, that's the devil's playground. You know, God is a machine of perpetual motion, if you choose to see it that way. And I believe because he created us that we should be as well. So always moving forward, always keeping everything running. Blame is like throwing gravel into the gears of a clock. It's going to make it act wonky and have it grinding to a halt. And it's going to damage it. And it takes so much more time to remove all that gravel and to fix all the problems than it does to throw the gravel in there. The only way we can avoid that is to just make sure that they don't have the opportunity to throw the gravel. Make sure that, you know, you're always vigilant and you keep everything in working order so that nobody else can come around and muck it up. Blame hinders your ability to live and to live freely, to love freely, including yourself. It diminishes your growth, your potential. It weakens you. I get that accountability can be very difficult because we fear, you know, backlash and consequences and stuff like that. But all bills come up due eventually. Putting them off doesn't do anything but make them past due. And then you have fees. So the penalty is even higher. The payment is higher than if you took care of it when you were supposed to. You know, so I think in the end, it's a lot more beneficial all around to just own up to your own words and your actions and course correct. Kind of like Matt Gaetz right now. Like he's given up the spot. That's the devil at work. That's the devil saying, see, nobody wanted to resolve this. They let it just kind of, just let it go. But they didn't resolve it and fix it. And now it's back. And now it can do more damage Because now I could turn around and say, well, if it's not true, why didn't you disprove it earlier? Why didn't you take care of it? And because he didn't address it, now they're going to be like, well, if you weren't, guilty, why didn't you this? Why didn't you that? People will always come up with some rationale to excuse why you did or didn't do something. So depending on which way they want to shift the blame. My thought is just own your bullshit and be better. Stick to your values, stick to your principles as much as you humanly, can. And forgive yourself when you don't. Forgive yourself for imperfect acts brought on by imperfect people. Fill your soul with love and forgiveness for yourself the way God would. One of my main beliefs in life is, and I heard this in a movie line. It was a movie line. It was just a throwaway line, like filler. And it hit me so hard. Your life changes with every breath you take. And I believe that with every breath you take, you can change your life. When you've done it, to like how God wants it. All right. Now I keep bringing them up, but it's just in my head. You get to that point when you have served your purpose, when you have been everything that God expects of you, or when you have reached that potential that he knows he placed within you. I don't think you get to reap the benefits all the time on earth. I think there are benefits, but I think the ultimate benefit is that you get to go home. You get to go home and you get to be peaceful for all eternity, should you so choose. It's not about all the great accomplishments. It's not about all the great letdowns. None of that determines where you're going to be by itself. It's everything all together. So as long as you're still trying, as long as you, try to fight the darkness, as long as you try to live in the light, I think that matters. I think when you've done that sufficiently, you get to go home. But until that day, you got to keep trying your best. You got to be honest and open. You got to be encouraging, not just to others, but to yourself. Don't beat yourself up. Don't despair in the temporary or the fleeting. Don't rely on like these transient material joys, because none of that matters. As we've recently learned, one flood can wipe all that away. And what are you left with? You're left with what's inside, what you're made of. Not what you owned, not what you bought, not what you had, not even what you built. The only thing that you have left is what you built inside, who you are, what you're made of. And I think it's best if we revel in life and love and beauty and truth. Every single one of you listening, and whoever listens to this after, I want you to take this to heart. You are a magnificent, luminous being, blessed by God and loved beyond all comprehension. And you need to act like it. You do. I do too. God believes in you. I believe in you. And I think that when it comes to guilt and blame and shame, we have to learn to shake that shit off, because that is the work of evil. Shake it off and replace it with more belief in yourself, more love for yourself, and more forgiveness for yourself. Because at the end of the day, whether you believe it or not, whether I believe it or not, you're worth it. You're absolutely 100% worth it. And all the guilt and shame, they're nothing in comparison to how amazing you are. They mean nothing. and they only have the weight we give them. So that's my spiel. I want to know what you guys have to say. Since I did my talking, now I'm way behind in chat. But let's see. If there's something they would have prosecuted him, I lost. StreamYard jumped. 357. Oh, I didn't see you come in, honey. I'm sorry. I was on my diatribe. Howdy, my fellow nerds. How you doing, 357? Welcome. Andrea, the two sexing are paying the price for violating the Summit chamber. Their donuts are not in demand. I can't. Ellie Fun said, I'm going rogue. I mean, I have to switch phone. Kid have music appreciation class. Oh, cool. Very cool. That's why the rear view mirror is so tiny. Absolutely, 357. Absolutely. Because you don't need to focus on what's behind you. You just need to just know it's there. That's it. It's literally back behind you because you've already been through it. You've already survived it. Once you survive something, letting it continue to affect you, that's your choice. You can choose to be like, no, I already went through that. I'm done with that bullshit. And that's it. And you said, that happened. It was not my fault. We need to normalize saying that, no, you don't get to make me feel bad for your decisions. No. You chose to say something. You chose to act a certain way. You don't get to make me feel bad just because you want to. A lot of the misery we experience is allowed misery. We allow it to happen because on some level we think we deserve it. No, I know I'm not behind hardly at all because you guys were really quiet. How is 62 feeling chilly? Yo? Nice. You've been here for too long. You mean you're in one of those places that's warm most of the year, so any like little bit of chill is like, oh my god, deep freeze. Yes, I've recently had this conversation with somebody who thinks that I just love the cold because I just come from a place that's cold all the time. I actually come from a place that has 4 distinct seasons. And I think most of them are warm, but apparently my opinion was not the popular one. Shelly. Oh, goody. Now you're just going to extend the chat. There you go, Wolfram. Always on the ball. Good. But like, how do you guys feel about it? I mean, I've had so many people try to make me feel guilty for the weirdest shit. And I've made myself feel guilty for things that had nothing to do with me. Oh my God. Winning got suspended on X, right? So they took down his account. He's seemingly okay. He's irritated, but I mean, he's seemingly okay with that. I feel horrible guilt. Why? I had nothing to do with it. I didn't take down his friggin' account. I didn't do any of that, but I feel horrible because I can't fix it. I can't just go and fix it. Why is that on me? Why am I putting that on me? He didn't put it on me. I put that on me. I feel like I should be able to do something. But what am I going to do? I'm just me. I don't have Elon on speed dial. I mean, I wish I fucking did. I would drive him crazy. I got an idea. But it's not my responsibility to fix it. But yet I am kicking myself because I can't. Why? Because he's somebody that I love. I care about him. I want things to go smoothly for him. And if I can facilitate that, if I can make that happen, I'm gonna every time. But that creates a scenario where when I can't, I feel guilty. I feel bad. I feel not good enough. Because I can't just snap my fingers and everything's perfect. Because throughout my life, that's what I've done. For everybody that's ever meant anything to me. Hell, half the people that I don't even know, when they have problems, I go and fix it. Because that's what I do. I try to fix everything. Not everything is within my control. That is not something I am good with accepting. I fight that feeling. When somebody says, well, there's nothing you could do about it. Have you met me? Like, because I believe I'm like Superwoman. Like, it's just not Wonder Woman, that's different. But like I'm super mom, super shell. You know, I can do it all. Super shell's maybe not good because then the initials are SS, and in this climate that could be a really bad thing. So how about just, I don't want to be SM either, because that's sadomasochism and that's not my bag. But I mean, it can be depending on the person, but for the most part, no. That's a treat, not a lifestyle. Why do I feel the need to fix everything? Why do I think I'm capable of fixing everybody's goddamn problems except my own? Except my own. Is it because I believe that, or is it because it's easier to attack other people's problems than face my own? I am the most avoidant person when it comes to me. I will avoid doctors. I will avoid health questions. I will avoid contacting people. I will avoid anything just for quiet. That's it. Just quiet in my brain. Now, if somebody else has a problem, my brain is good with that. It's busy figuring out different things and executing plans because it's not going to affect me. So I can take the risks. It doesn't bother me to put the effort forward because I know eventually it's going to end. It'll be done. And then once it's done, I don't have to deal with it again. I don't have to hear about it again. And it goes away. And I know I'm not going to have to hear about it because whenever you do something for somebody that fixes something, they have a tendency to not bring it up anymore because they couldn't fix it. And now they feel shame that they couldn't fix it. And they don't want to have to thank anybody. It's one of the reasons why I hate accepting help from anybody, because I should be able to do it on my own. Why? Because I told myself that. Because I grew up being told, don't ask for help from anybody. The only person you can rely on is you. Okay. And now that I'm 50 years old, I have these people that told me this turn around saying, well, how do I know you need something? You never ask for help. Because you taught me that way. Like, you told me, don't count on me. I'm not going to be there for you. And if you didn't say it in words, you proved it in action. And I never want anybody to be isolated and alone like I've been my whole life. So I try to be there for them. I try to fix things. I try to provide anything they need. Because I don't ever want them to feel like I feel. I put that on me, nobody else. They told me to take care of myself. They didn't tell me to take care of everybody else. That was later. Go do this for me, that for me, that for me. So it's okay for me to do everything for you, but you're never going to do anything for me. And I should never expect it. Gotcha. Lesson learned. I think that's true of a lot of us. And I think we've become so familiar with guilt and shame that, like Inya said, you wrap yourself up in that guilt, shame blankie. Because it's familiar. You know it. You know how to deal with it. And you know it'll pass. It doesn't make it healthy. It doesn't make you love yourself more. It actually takes away from you, and you're doing less for the people around you. You're doing them a horrible injustice by carrying all that negative feeling, because you're not being your normal self with them. You're not being your natural self. You're not bringing the light into their life. You're in a gray area, or you're in the dark. You're withdrawn. You're negative. You become toxic and you don't even realize it. And a lot of it we do to ourselves. So again, I ask you, what is the point of allowing that to fester? Just even allowing it to exist in your mind, in your heart. What's the point? Can you give me an instance where you carried shame for something you didn't do or you couldn't control and it positively affected you? I mean, I'm sure there are instances, but it's not the norm. It's the exception to the rule. And I tend to not put much faith in those exceptions. They don't happen often, and they rarely happen as you think they do. T-Rex said, I do love the cold. You can always put more layers on. Absolutely. You can only take off a certain amount before you get arrested. Yeah, huh? Yep. Or before you start sticking to things. Elephant, God doesn't expect us to be perfect. He only expects us to try our best. He sent Christ to atone for our sins and make up the difference. Yes. Very succinctly put. Thank you. No one is below God's love. If you think you're not worthy of God's love, stop it. And I had to say it like that because that's with feeling. I agree 100%. T-Rex said, if there's one thing I've learned about X or Twitter, if you put enough appeals in, it may take 20 to 50 times. Eventually, you'll get your account back. I'll pass that information on if he's not listening because I'm pretty sure he's working. Agree to Elephant, words from my mind. There you go, Heidi. 357, always smile, my nerds. I love when you come here, 357. I do. I hope we make you smile. Today, I hope we didn't make you cry. I hope we made you smile today. Especially since I finally found a good application for be unburdened by what has been. Now, see, that's the way that bitch should have used that. She used it all wrong because she's stupid. But, you know, that's the way she should have used it. That would have resonated with people, I think. Ellie said, listen, if I ever tell anyone my problems, it's because I need to vent. Telling people your problems is a natural part of life. That's how you establish connections with people. Expecting them to fix it for you is a whole other animal. I mean, that is a horse of a completely different color. Someday, I'm going to ask one of you to count how many idioms, metaphors, similes, and analogies I make in the course of one stream. Because I'm pretty sure it's maybe 40% of what I say. You have to understand the way I talk is the way I think. And I think in visualizations. So there's always a comparison and connection to be made with what I'm thinking. And the easiest way for me to tell you without the words, because I don't always have the words to describe it, is to give you things I know you're aware of, things I know you're familiar with that you can relate to and apply really quickly. It hardly takes any thought process at all. Your brain just automatically just boom, 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 and you get it. But it does strike me that I do talk in figurative language a lot. I mean, granted, I know I was an English major or whatever. And God, yeah, I'm a poet. I write a lot of poetry. I don't share my poetry, but I do write a lot of poetry because you've seen me do it, you know, like the alliterations and rhyming. That's how my brain works. And that's my natural way of doing things. Like the way I talk, I don't always speak grammatically correct. I rearrange the words based on feeling to evoke a certain reaction or feeling or visualization to make sure that you get the message the way I want it delivered. And sometimes it takes me messing up the order of the words to do that. Because if I say it normal, then it skims right by. It goes in one ear, out the other. See, another analogy. But if I rearrange it or I kind of reverse some words, you pay attention. It makes your brain pause for a second and actually take in the words that I'm saying. Like I said, I observe a lot and I've learned to look for patterns. That's a pattern that works with the majority of people on this planet. When I want my words heard, I can't say it in the normal way somebody else would say it. I rearrange it and it sticks in your brain. And then if you hear something similar to it, are you thinking of the first time you heard it, or are you thinking of how I said it because I made it stick in your head? That's how I have impact when I speak to people. I've always been that way. That's how I taught. That's why I was always extra when I taught, because you're not going to notice or retain normalized things. Something has to stick out. It has to be vibrant. It has to be different in order to make a new impression. That's what I do. My kids all loved it. All my kindergartners loved that because I was always extra. But they always remembered my lessons. Always. Because you'd hear them, well, Miss Michelle said, Miss Michelle said, Miss Michelle did. I was like, okay. I'm never going to achieve normal or what society says is normal. There's way too much that has gone on in my life for me to ever be able to just mellow out into normal. There's always going to be spiky me and spicy me and feisty me and temperamental me. But I think she's not as prevalent as she used to be. Like I got a handle on a lot of that. Because I keep learning. I keep opening my heart no matter how many times I get hurt. No matter how many times I get put down. No matter how many times somebody tries to destroy me, break me down, make me cry, make me look like the devil, whatever. I keep trying. I keep taking the risk. I got a text message yesterday. Now, I've told you guys that I've been hiding. I haven't talked to anybody from my 3D life unless I absolutely had to. Even like Eddie, when he texts me, I just answer, okay. But there were no conversations. Yesterday was a very big deal for me. Connor went and got his ID. Connor got his ID, guys. He did. He's 18. He got his ID. He was very proud. I cried a lot because I wanted to take him for that. That was something I was looking forward to for years. And I couldn't do it. So my mother and her husband took him, and I was like, make sure you take pictures because it's a big deal and I want the memory and da-da-da. And it was a big deal, right? And I was happy all fucking day about it. And last night, Winning started his show, and I'm sitting here and I'm like all in my happy little bubble because, oh, my son, and he's so cute and he had such a good time. And he was like, look, it's a very low quality picture, so you can't see how fucked up my beard is. Like the weirdest things make my son happy. But it amused the shit out of me. And I was just happy. And Winning starts his show, and then all of a sudden my phone goes off, and I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, oh God, who's texting me now? Figuring it's, Katie asking for something, Connor asking for something, my mother asking for something. Nope. It was Christine, who I haven't heard from in a while. And I instantly recoiled from the phone because I felt guilty. And because I was ashamed, because I haven't reached out to her in the longest. I basically cut her off, but it wasn't just her. I cut everybody off. That didn't make it right, though. And in that minute, I had to make a decision. Am I going to talk to her? Or am I going to just ignore it? And, she won't text back for a while because she knows I'm not going to answer. And I was torn. I really was. Because on Saturday, I felt overwhelming desire to FaceTime her. And I was thinking about it all day long. And I was like, just call her, just call her, just call her. You think I called her? No. Nope. Why? Because I was afraid I would intrude. I didn't want to bother her. Somebody that I've been like best friends with since I'm 18 years old. And I didn't want to talk to her because I didn't want to bother her. I didn't want to intrude on her life. I didn't want my bullshit to color any part of her happiness. Because I always try to imagine that she's off being happy. And she yelled at me for it. And she did, because I decided to answer her. And I was texting with her for like 2 hours. And she did. She, as typical Christine, called me on the carpet and said, "No, why'd you hesitate? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, no. Like, if you want to call, you bitch, you call." She even said that. She said, "You want to call me bitch? Call me. Like, don't hesitate. Don't hold back. You're not intruding. You're not bothering me." Like, she thought that she was out. That I just didn't care anymore, that we weren't friends. That can never be the case. Like, we will always be friends. Did she drive me crazy sometimes? Yeah, that's fine. I'd rather she drive me crazy than not be there. But I talked to her, and when we were done, I was proud of myself for, like, not being a bitch about it, like, to actually step up and be like, "Yeah, I know you wanna talk, and okay, here, I'm present. I'm right here. Like, let's have a conversation." That never took me effort before, I just used to talk. But with her, I had so much guilt for not talking to her, that it was keeping me from talking to her, and the guilt was just building and building and building, and I just had to make the decision, "No, just, you know what? Take your lumps. If she reacts badly, she reacts badly, but she texted you first, bitch, so just answer her." And that's what we did, and she was honest. She said, "I thought I was out." She was like, "'Cause, you haven't, like, reached out at all, you don't answer nothing." And I was like, "Yeah, I know." I was like, "I've been going through a lot." And I didn't want that to fall on her. I didn't want her to feel any of it. And I didn't wanna have to explain anything. And I was like, "Yeah, well," I was like, I said, "I went through, like, a little period of time where I was on so many meds, I was really fucked up, and then once I got off them, like, I was very focused on what I was doing and who I was with, and there wasn't a whole lot of room for me to step out of that because I wasn't comfortable or whatever." And she goes, "Oh, yeah, ha, 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 the marching band." And you wanna talk about somebody who stops dead in the middle of texting something? I was like, "Wait, what?" I was like, "How the hell does she know about the marching?" I knew I didn't tell her. And I was like, "How does she know about that?" I only talk about that really with winning and on stream, so holy shit. I said, "Oh my god, do you listen to my show?" Because I suspected it, because she mentioned it once or twice, but, you're like, "Oh, it'll fall off. Nobody's gonna listen to every show." No, she listens. She does. And I was like, "Holy shit." She was getting her dose of me through the show because I was denying it to her in every other area. But she found a way to stay tuned in. She put forth effort to tune into what was going on in my life, regardless that I didn't say anything. None of it had to do with her. Even though I had put up so many walls, she was still interested in the minutia of my days. And when I said, "Okay," because she wouldn't admit that she listens, I said, "That's a yes." She said, "Bitch, you could talk. It's a gift." I was like, "I can't believe you listen to me drone on and on." She was like, "That's a gift." She was like, "You can talk." Yes, I can. Yes, I can. But you know what? It felt good to know that she was still interested in my life. Even though I had pushed her away, she was just waiting for me to come back. She was just waiting for me to be like, okay, I'm in a better place. Let's pick up where we left off, because we're not starting a friendship again. We're just literally picking the thread up where we dropped it. It never goes away. So I felt all that guilt and shame for what? For no reason. She didn't blame me. She wasn't mad at me. She was worried about me. And of course, she had to give that last little right before she hung up. Well, right before she stopped texting and went to bed. And she was like, all right, well, like, let's talk. And if you want to call me, bitch, call me. And da-da-da. By the way, tell Winning I said hi, but she did like a little W. I didn't say nothing. People type the way they type. And then she goes, oh, I'm sorry, Winning. And like in all capital letters. And I was like, ah. I was like, eventually. And I told her, I said, you would like him. He don't take my shit either. Like, he calls me on my bullshit all the time. Because that's a very Christine thing to do. Most people won't. Most people will not call me on my shit. They will not be like, oh yeah, I'm going to just grab that dragon by the tail and you're going to fucking listen to me. Most people don't do that, because I can inspire great levels of fear in people, and rightly so. I mean, I work to be able to do that, but I'm kind of proud of it. But Christine's never been afraid of me, ever. Winning, never afraid of me. Like, because they know I'm not going anywhere. You can come at me. You could tell me the truth. I might not like it. I might need a couple, minutes or a night to myself, but I'm not going anywhere. And I'll come back, thoughtful, maybe even grateful for the fact that they point out something that I can't see or won't see. Something that I'm putting out that I'm not aware of. They're calling it into question. They're saying, hey, you're doing this. You're so full of shit. Like, stop it. I'm like, but why? Just stop it. Like, this is not you. This is you reacting. Why are you letting them? They lay it all out. I don't have a lot of people in my life who are like that. That's why the ones who have, they're in my life permanently. She never has to worry about being out of my life. She is always going to be my Christine. Always. Her words are always going to have so much more weight than most people. Winning is my winning. Like Psyche, the face doesn't matter to me. I don't have to see what he looks like to see who he is, to appreciate who he is. If anything, it makes it more apparent and evident to me who he is, because there's nothing aesthetic getting in my way. A lot of people don't understand that. I've never had that before. I've never had a connection to somebody based on who they are rather than what we could give each other, what we could do to each other, how attracted we are, like how passionate it was, how physically like present it was, how sexual it was. I never could trust people enough to get to know who they really are. I would know who they are, but I wouldn't reciprocate. Like, they weren't allowed to know who I was. They weren't allowed to see weakness. Like I said Tuesday, I adapted. They got the version of me they wanted. It's all part and parcel of me, but they only got that part. And it was very limiting, and it was dishonest. It was dishonest. I would rather be honest in who I am and have people be honest with me. Nobody has to be perfect. I'd be very upset if you thought you were. I'll take you as you are, as long as you're not a piece of shit. And let's face it, I'm friends with a couple people who are pieces of shit, but I still believe in them. I still see the potential there for them not being a piece of shit. And I put my hope and my faith in that because I believe they were meant to be better people, and one day they will be. And I kind of want to be there to give them the pat on the back and say, I knew you could do it. And there's a little part of me that just wants to be proven right. Like, I want to be able to say, told you so. I love saying I told you so. Love it. I love it. I am the queen of I told you so. Usually in a good way. Oh, look. Well, we got to keep going back. Here we go. Always smile my nerves. That's where I left off. T-Rex said, is much rather, I'd retch I'm sorry. I can't talk. Could try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, it's just 2, 3, 4. I even messed up my fucking Kermit and Ralph the dog song. Anyway, I'd much rather try to fix someone else's problem than deal with my own. It's easier to, because you're outside your own head and not having to realize that maybe I need to fix something fundamental about me. Yeah, you also don't have to live with the consequences. They do. So it's easy to like set somebody up to do whatever and give advice, but it's really, really hard to follow that same advice yourself, because if you're wrong, who's going to pay for it? You will. And you don't want to have to pay for your own bullshit. Heidi said, well, Jesus used parables and stories to get people to see things we otherwise may not see or realize. We're made as visual and spiritual in God's image. I never thought of that, Heidi. But yeah, he always used stories. That's what I do. I mean, I don't ever remember a time where I wasn't somebody who told stories. I mean, I grew up sitting at the dinner table with everybody telling stories around me. It just kind of just the way we passed on our history. It's how, you learned about relatives that were long gone. You learn to appreciate where you came from compared to where you are today. Like, I know my family generations back were horse thieves in Italy. Am I proud of the fact that they were horse thieves? No. Am I proud of the fact that I'm not one? Fuck yeah. But I wouldn't have that little point of pride if I didn't know. And I wouldn't be amused by the fact that they were horse thieves. It's like I had fishermen, I had healing women, and I had horse thieves. The fuck? Like, that's a pretty diverse background. And I want to know it. I love those stories, and I love passing on those stories. I like taking everyday things and telling them in a way that you walk away with something. Even if it's just lifting somebody's spirit by telling them, like, about Christine and I with the patch of ice. That she let me, and yes, if you're listening, I'm blaming you, that she let me fall on this teeny tiny little patch of ice, and I kept trying to get up and get up and get up, and I just couldn't because I kept pirouetting on the fucking little thing of ice because I had on these boots that did not in any way, shape, or form bend. So I was very limited in my dexterity. But I kept falling, and she was hysterical laughing the whole time. And I'm on the ground, like literally my jeans are broken, like on my knee because I fucking hit the pavement so many times and not in a good way. And I'm on the floor going, bitch, fucking help me up. And, ha, 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 ha. And then like this wrestling dude came over that knew me, and he was like, Olivia, and she literally barked at him. What the fuck? And he jumped back, and she was like, it's not funny if you help her up. Now, was that mean? Yeah, but it was freaking hilarious because that's what you do to a friend. You do that. You make them laugh. You find the humor in situations. And then as you get older, you pass that story on because it's fucking funny. Like of me trying to climb that damn muddy freaking hill with her. She got to the top of the hill and laughed her ass off all the times I would make it halfway up, slide back down, make it halfway up, slide back down. She thought it was the funniest fucking thing. And it was. And it's a story I get to tell and make other people laugh, because you can visualize me just trying to scramble up that hill, losing like my footing and put my hand out like, help me. And she's just at the top. And I'm just like, bitch. I'm like, eventually I will get there. She's, yeah, rub a lamp. Like, that's just how we are. Yeah. And that's me. I love telling stories because I've had so many experiences. Just to say what I've learned, that there's no impact there. You're not going to remember, whatever thing I'm trying to show you, but you'll remember the story and everything that went with it. It's just a way of really making it real for you in your head. And I don't know how to communicate in any other way. I really don't. I've seen other people just say things and I'm like, wow, that was so concise. It would take me an hour and a half to say that. But here's the thing. That person said it concisely. I said it for an hour and a half. You're going to walk away with one of those, hopefully, stuck in your brain. Which one do you think is going to stick? The one that was a one-liner? Or the one that painted the entire picture in your head and played it out like a movie for you? And you're going to have sight, sound, because of the way we're built. You can even attribute smells, tastes, whatever to certain things that I say because it pulls at your memories. It makes connections to other memories that are already in your head. It makes use of knowledge you already have. I love telling stories. I do. I love telling stories. I get why Jesus would do that, because you can teach it the same way to any age. It's highly adaptable, highly impactful. And it's a lot easier to pass on a story than it is a lesson. It really is. There's the problem where people change the story as it goes down the line. But, everything has its hiccups. Norms are boring. Yes, Heidi, I agree. And sometimes I really want to be boring, but it passes. The need to be boring and normal passes a lot quicker than the way I appreciate that I'm quirky. I love my idiosyncrasies. I like my uniqueness. Am I a freak? No. But I like that there are things that make me me that most people don't have. I like looking at people and go, you know what? You know what I love most about them? And just listening it all out. I see things in people they never see in themselves. And it frustrates me because I'm like, I just don't understand why you don't see yourself the way I see you. I don't get it. It's so obvious. Like, I want to be able to hold up like a metaphysical mirror and be like, look at you. Look, this is how I see you. And they're like, well, you don't know. I do know you. That's all I do is get to know people on levels they're not even aware of. I form attachments they're not even like, they're not cognizant of. They don't know those attachments are there yet. And then one day they're like, oh, I turned around and there you are. I've always been there. Just waiting for you to catch up. You weren't ready for me. Not everybody is ready for somebody like me. I'm a lot. Like, I'm a lot. But I don't know anybody that's regretted it. Even my exes that like, oh, she's a bitch. They don't regret it. And they do it all over again. And they jump back in the soup if I gave them if I took the top off the pot. They would love it. Am I easy though? Like on the nerves, on the psyche, on the, on the ego? No. I'm well aware of my shortcomings. I know my toxicity levels, and I know that I keep trying to be better. I forgive myself a lot easier than most people would forgive themselves because there's so much I have to forgive. I kind of got to start somewhere. You know, even if I look at and I feel guilty about forgiving myself sometimes. I'm like, why are you letting yourself off the hook? I'm not. I'm gonna fix it. It's just I got to get over this block that I have that says your fault, your fault, that's not helping me. Yes, it's my fault. Or no, it's not my fault. What I need to do is lay the problem out in front of me, figure out what's true, what's not, get rid of all the excess shit and focus on how to fix it. Just focus on the facts and try to find a solution. If you do that, then the problem goes away and hopefully so does the guilt and all the other negative feelings. That is not something I've been able to do most of my life because I am very emotionally intense. I can do that now again because I have somebody who compliments how I am by meeting my emotion with logic. The same way I meet all their logic with some type of emotion. And it's a good balance. It helps. And it helps me pull back from that emotional cliff that I'm about to jump off of and go, hold up. Yeah, maybe not today, bitch. Maybe we take this a little slower. We're not gonna just Thelma and Louise off this fucking cliff. Like we're not gonna Wile E. Coyote. We're not doing anything weird or extreme. Just sit your ass down and check out the view. And let's just not the view with the hags on it. The view is in mountainside or landscape. Because fuck the view. But just check out, everything around you and take stock of where you're at. Appreciate the good and get rid of the bad and hold yourself to the tasks you're responsible for. Not things people want to put on you, not things you're, like lack of self-confidence makes you take from others to put onto yourself. What is actually your problem? What is within your responsibility? What can you fix? And what do you need to let go of because it's not in your power? Those are really hard things to do. I struggle with them every second of every day. Every interaction I have, even with myself inside my own head, requires me to be like, stop, slow down. Stop, slow down. Because if there's a conclusion, like I don't jump to conclusions. I take one step and their conclusions are. Like, that's just how it is. Because I observe everything and I get all this data. So I come to conclusions a lot sooner than I should. Because I can see it coming. I will call people on their bullshit every time. And they don't like it. This is why I don't have a big, social following. Because when they're being assholes, I'm like, wow, that was shitty to say. Wow. Oh, you came up with that idea on your own? Because it seems like you're literally copying off of everybody and claiming that it's yours. I will call them onto the carpet and be like, oh, you're so great. You got this, but you didn't do it alone, did you? No. Did you thank the people that got you up there? No. Well, you're a piece of shit. Like, I do. I make a judgment call. Is it me being morally superior? No, it's me calling it as I see it. Here are the facts. You're an asshole. That's what I got from the facts. And I don't go back on that. There's no amount of ass kissing you could do that would improve my opinion of you once I get to that place. In fact, if you kiss my ass, I'm going to think less of you. Like, if you're an asshole, just be an asshole. Own it. But don't pretend to be something else, because then you're lying to me, and I hate lies. I hate liars. Just be you. And we'll work with it. Or I'll walk away from it. But that gets to be my honest choice. We all deserve to be able to make that choice. Nobody should make that choice for you. That's what they do when they lie. They're manipulating you into making a decision of their choosing instead of your own. It's a form of control. It's mind control. Subversion. They're subverting your desire and will and your own intellect to put in place what they want you to see, think, feel, and say and do. That's the whole thing that Winning goes talking about. How everybody, does this, but he does it on a much grander scale. His is more global. I talk more interpersonal relationships. But it applies across the board. One thing that is learned is no such thing as normal. T-Rex, why did I expect that to come from you? That's why I love you. Only people pretending or putting up a front when in public or on social media, but everyone is just as fucked up as the next person, if not more so. I love the people that pretend they're all put together and then you find out, because like I said, chickens always come home to roost. The truth will out and everybody's going to know, especially when you're in the public eye the way we all are. People might not think it's much, but I've never met you guys. And yet you know more about me than probably the people that I've lived with for the past 20, 30, 40 years. Because I have nothing to hide from you. I don't hide things from them. I just don't feel the need to discuss it with them. They're here in my life, physically in my life. If they have no interest in finding out, then I'm not going to volunteer the information. Which is why you guys get to know me better than anybody. But yeah, normal? I don't want to be normal. I don't. Did you end up telling Christine that you moved to Pennsylvania? I gave her my address. That was why she texted me asking for my address. Because Christmas is coming. And she never misses a Christmas. But she was like, she asked for my address. She was like, I promise I won't show up. I have no worries about her just showing up. I lived in Hoboken all those years, an hour and a half from her, and she never showed up. She ain't gonna drive 5 hours to the middle of bumfuck Pennsylvania and climb up this fucking mountain to come see me. Like, that's not gonna happen. I would love it to happen, but she's just not gonna do that. I'm pretty sure we'll wind up meeting up at some point before we both leave this earth, but it's not going to be her just showing up on my front porch like, hey. And if you are listening, Christine, hello. Hello. She's very big on city slickers, or at least she used to be. But we all have our catchphrases. T3, I made it. Hi, Toy. How you doing? And I'm only half an hour behind. Woohoo. Look at that. What a sweetheart. Shelly, you're still yapping. Hi, Zachy, honey. How you doing? Yep, I'm yapping. I love friends. That's Zach without a K. Toy keeps following you. That's all right. That's all right. We all have our partners in crime. Toy 10 steps behind since you're a woman. Oh, this ain't China. It's owned by a lot of Chinese people, but we're not in China. I guarantee if I was to look up who makes this damn microphone, it'd probably be China or, well, made in Taiwan. I love when people call me out. I mean, it's helpful. It's very helpful when people call you out, especially when they don't do it in public. They do it in private. That's always nice. Like, oh, thank you for saving me the humiliation and just being a friend, because that's what that is. Toy, I feel like that's okay. Ellie said, people are afraid of you pussies. Listen, you guys get the nicest version of me, but you've heard my stories. In person, I am very intense and I am very in your face, good and bad. I am very tactile, very tactile. You can't escape me. And because I do a lot of eye contact, like intense eye contact, because I'm trying to like read your mind, basically. I'm reading all your expressions and everything. People feel really weird looking away when I'm talking to them. Like they feel compelled to keep looking back in my eyes. And it can be very off-putting. for people who are not so sure of themselves. Like if you have confidence, you come in and you're, hey, whatever. Like I've said it before. My friend, who's no longer my friend, asshole that he is, Vic, used to say, I've seen when people get on your bad side, that's not a good time. I never want to be there. Which is ironic since he placed himself firmly at the top of my shit list on my bad side, and he can go fuck himself eternally with a cactus covered in herpes. But c'est la vie. Like, what can I do? But yeah, no, I can be very scary. I can be very scary. But people like to try me. And I don't understand why. It's like you like to play Russian roulette, because trust me, if I have 6 chambers, 5 of them are loaded, and you better hope you catch that one. Because if you try it once, after that, it's bang, 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 brains on the wall. Like, I will explode. You only get the one shot. Everybody gets the freebie. And then after that, you want to go? We'll go. Like, and yes, I mean, because like I said, I watch people. I without thinking about it, my brain figures out their threat assessment, but it also figures out their weaknesses and everything else. So I know how to strike. Why do you think I talk about it? This is a deterrent to me being like that, because I talk about it with you guys. I forewarn you. This is what I do. Don't make me go there. Because if I go there, nobody's going to be happy. It won't just be the person that I'm focused on. It'll be everybody around, because that shit settles on everybody in the vicinity. Like if I'm being evil and mean and cruel, everybody's going to feel that way. They're going to feel the effect of it. I don't want that. So the more I talk about something is usually that's an indication that I'm more worried about it than anything else. I don't want to be evil. I don't want to be my father. He was a cruel, cruel person. And I know that I have that ability. Now, he was stupid. I am not. And I don't forget anything, regardless of my brain blanks. So yeah, I can be very dangerous. And I tell you this not as like some confident thing. I say it because I want to be accountable. I don't want to be able to do something and nobody knows I'm doing it. I want to be able to say, hey, this is what I'm capable of. I don't want to be that person. So I'm warning you so you can say, hey, you know that thing that you don't like doing? You're kind of doing it. Kind of doing it. So that I can take a step back and go, oh, no, reset. I got to, like, how do I get rid of that? How do I undo it? How do I make up for it? How do I not do it again? These are all tricks that I do to myself to keep myself from not being a bitch, from not being scary. I would love it if somebody would be like, oh my God, you're not scary. I never thought you were scary. That would surprise the shit out of me. Because I've never heard that dialogue before, ever. That is not a sentence people say to me. I was never scared of you. To be like, oh no, you were mean. I thought you were mean. I thought you were intimidated. I was intimidated by you. And I just got to look at them like, part of me, that asshole part of me is just like, weak. Like, of course you are. But the other part is like, I really don't want you to be like that. Like, I feel bad, but yet proud at the same time. Isn't that weird? But that's who I am. Werewolf in London. That's an awesome connection. I'm behind, so I don't know what we're talking about, but thank you. Have you watched Love is Blind? I did the first season. I can't watch anything emotional. I can't. I don't know what it is, I avoid anything that's going to trigger me crying. And so much right now triggers me crying because I don't bury my emotions anymore. And I'm still working through them. Up. We got $5. All right, I know what Zach wants. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. So we got $5 from Zach without a K. Allergies, politics, PMS, Jehovah's Witnesses knocking on your door. What are you griping about today? It's in the fucking title. Seriously? You weren't expecting that. It's in the fucking title. You smart ass. But thank you for the $5 super chat. I appreciate it. But yes, it's about blame, shame, and guilt. About how you make me feel all those horrible things, Zach without a K. No, I'm kidding. Ellie on my phone, it's like the dark ages. I can't take. And she knows I love it when she says that because nobody else gives a shit if they can tag on the phone except for you. Just there's only a couple of us. Just put our name and that's it. You don't have to tag. We're gonna see it, and I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it every time. But I don't know. It gives me a sick, like little joy every time you say, "I can't tag on my phone" because it's just so funny that that's important to you. When there's nobody here, like it's just us. Literally, like you could just say something and without a name, and they're gonna know who it's directed to because there's like 12 of us. I think it's funny. I love you, Ellie. I really do. Someone tell no someone tell my favorite pachyderm hi. I don't know what the beef is with you guys, but you could both coexist in this space together. Just be nice. And you don't have to be nice to each other, just ignore each other. T3 mind blown, rock on. Thank you, Toy. You're very sweet. What was the name of your favorite Bible study group on Wednesday? I lost my screenshot of it. Who was that? If that was for Ellie, just use the @ or the hashtag on your phone. Oh, at Heidi, what was the name of your favorite Bible? Oh, I can't remember. Carissa Brent Campfuse? Is that the name? Brent Campfuse. Toy has a really long name and it messed me up for a second there. Oh, she said at T3, you're fun. Thanks. Grazie. Prego. We'll send a pigeon. Nice. Listen, in Hoboken, we still have the pigeon delivery. We have the pigeon club. They actually have homing pigeon clubs on rooftops where there's coops and everything in Hoboken. Oh, yeah. We've always had them. I don't know if they still use the homing pigeons like that, but they still have the pigeon clubs with the pigeons. I just don't think the pigeons really go anywhere. Why would you put a message on a pigeon and hope it gets there when you could just text somebody and have it arrive literally a nanosecond later? Like, just do that. Second part, words to live by. I can confirm Shelly loves saying, I told you so, as I've been on the receiving end of it. Listen, you come to me and you go, Shelly, okay, so you were right. And I'm just like, of course I was. About what? But I don't just come out with, you tell me something, I go, see, I told you. No, you always preface it with saying, okay, so I have something to tell you. You were right. And then you tell me the story. So, I mean, don't act like it's maybe like, I told you so. Like, no, you come to me. Especially when it comes to Argyle. Oh, I know. Your taste in socks is terrible. The only thing you seem like more becoming to you is saying outright you were right. Your English? Give me a second. Sorry, that was one of my children. The only thing you seem like more becoming to you, saying, turns out you were right. I'm guessing you're saying the only thing that I seem to like more is that you come to me saying that I was right. Is that my interpretation of that horrible sentence? Because yes. Do I love hearing that I'm right? Absolutely. Who doesn't? What do you want to hear, that you were wrong? Like, no, I don't want to hear that I never want to hear that I'm wrong. I know winning would rather know the truth than be right, and so would I, but I don't want you to tell me that I was wrong. Like, tell me I was wrong and we're going to fight. Like, I'm going to have an attitude about it, like, at least for a little bit. It might be a minute, it might be a week, but I'm going to have an attitude. Because how dare you? How dare you tell me I'm wrong? Go fuck yourself. I immediately respond with, fuck you. Humans are storytellers. Yes, and that's all I know how to do. Definitely the one liner, but I'm probably on the spectrum. Bullshit. If you didn't like stories, you would never come back here. And to be fair, not that I'm summoning anybody, but to be fair, I have pretty good one liners as well. But those are more zingers than platitudes. Zach, some answers need to be clear and concise. You're there for that. T3, great attitude. Not usually, but I'm working on it. I am a constant work in progress. What do you consider to be your power and what's not, to be in your power and what's not? I think the things in my power are things that I have done and said. And sometimes the only thing that I can do in my power regarding that is to explain it, apologize for it, and or rectify it and correct it. That's pretty much it. I think everything is in a higher power's power. Not to be like redundant, but I think everything that goes on is kind of fated. It's out of our hands. You know, we're playing a game that we don't really know the rules to. We don't know all the players. We don't even know where the fucking field is sometimes. You know, we don't know if it's up or down, in or out or whatever. Like, we're just kind of like, we're white knuckling it through a lot of life, just trying to figure it out. Like, at the end, like, okay, just let me get through it. And then I can reflect and figure out what the hell went wrong. I think reflection is a powerful tool to use that's within your power, because it lets you know in a very private way that you don't have to be embarrassed to anybody else. You can just recognize within yourself what you've done wrong, what you've done right, what may have been misinterpreted. One of the things I talk to Winning all the time about communication and, you know, how things are said or whatever, and the importance of like tone and perception. You can put anything out there at all. You can have the purest heart with the purest good intentions, and yet somebody will hear something you say that is perfectly innocent and wonderful and meant to, you know, lift everybody up. They will perceive it negatively. Sometimes it's the delivery. Sometimes it's their own demons in their head messing with them. But perception is actually as important as what you're saying and what you're intending. It doesn't matter what your intention is if the perception is skewed. So I think it's within our power to, when we do something, if you see that it has an effect you hadn't intended, you need to reflect and figure out why. Was that your responsibility? Did you do something that you were, you know, not conscious of doing? Or did that person, because of their experiences and the lens that they see the world through, perceive it vastly different than everyone else or than how you meant it? So I think perception is out of our power. But I think reflecting on how people perceive things and why is within our power, so that you can learn a little bit about that person And you could also improve yourself so that, okay, well, you know what? That wasn't as effective as I thought. Maybe I could figure out a better way of doing it next time, a better way of saying it next time. Maybe I could be more cognizant of my words or my tone or my facial expressions, or, maybe my timing is off. Timing has a lot to do with things. Like if you have somebody who's itching to tell you something and they're bursting at the seams with like excitement, and you don't take that into account and you don't appreciate that and honor that for what it is, and you just kind of move on or move through and dismiss it, be like, I don't have time for that right now. What you're doing, instead of taking 2 minutes to revel in that excitement with that person, you're crushing that excitement and you're reversing it. So you're taking something that made them really, really happy and up, and you're turning it negative and you're making them hurt from it. They might not say they're hurting, but you're sucking the joy out of the, encounter. And there's no need for that. But it's in your power to do that or not do that. And it's in your power to look back and go, hey, they were in a really good mood. And then like, all right, I didn't have a minute, but I didn't have time, or I was focused somewhere else. And now she's in a bad mood. Well, that's her fucking problem. Is it? Because if they come to you, it's because you matter to them. They want to share this with you. If you say, hey, I'm really excited for you, but I'm focused on this and I really want to talk about it. Just give me a 5 minutes. Give me a half an hour. Give me, till later we'll meet back up, and then I want to hear everything. You extend them a bridge so that they don't have to give up that excitement. They don't have to feel bad that they came to you full of excitement when you're obviously like busy. You give them the opportunity to just, like postpone it for a little bit of a reprieve. Their excitement doesn't go away, and you're not crushing their spirit. You're not stepping on their happiness. That's not something people think about a lot, but it's something that's very easy to do. How many times have you looked back when you've lost somebody and you're like, wow, I wish I would have spent more time with them or done this with them? And then it hits you. I had those opportunities and I didn't take them. I let everything else be more important. I was too inside my own drama to be considerate of somebody I care about. I'm not talking about doing this with like just Joe Schmo, but if somebody matters to you, they should matter to you. You treat them such. You give them priority. Do they become your be all end all everything that you're like, oh, I have to put my life down just to, to make them happy? No, absolutely not. Because they need to be considerate as well. I tend to look at communication as like a negotiation, a constant negotiation, because you can't anticipate all the time what is going to happen. Shit happens. You got to deal with it. Does that mean that it's permanent? No, everything's temporary. Everything is temporary. Everything will pass, the good and the bad. But you either have to hold on or you have to soldier through. It's not going anywhere. It's going to happen whether you want it to or not. There's no stopping that. You can't stop the world from turning. You can't stop people from being who they are. That's not in your power. What's in your power is you, how you deal with things, how you feel about things, your ability to self-reflect, your ability to be self-aware, your willingness to be considerate or to be hard-lined or whatever. That's all in your power. Forgiveness is in your power for yourself and for others. That's all stuff that I see that way. I do. Zach, she's saying all this before she even gets to my super chat. Speaking of assholes. Yeah, but you know what? I have an appreciation for smart asses. Okay. I love people with smart mouths and like a really good sense of humor that I can verbally spar with. Because if we can exchange barbs and banter back and forth or whatever, good or bad, I'm there for it. It's the people that you say something and it just kind of drops there, and it's just now it's like a monument and it's never going anywhere. I'm like, but why? Why does that have to become permanent? Why is that a fixture of everything now? If I've spoken 900,000 words to you and you're stuck on these 10, fuck you. Okay? Fuck you. You don't get to be stuck on this one little thing I say or do when I have an entire history with you that's way better. That's why Christine and I stay friends. That's why I still have a friendship with Zuma. That's why I still care about Tommy, even though he murdered his girlfriend and threw her in a river. Like, it doesn't matter because the wealth of time I have spent with them was positive. Yes, there's negative. Yes, I'm aware of it. Yes, I acknowledge it. But I can't let that overshadow everything. I can't. Yesterday, my daughter was in a fucking mood and she was bitching about everything. I said, and I was so tired of it. I got out of the room. I went out there. I said, I'm going to tell you this one thing, and I want you to listen very, very carefully. Whatever's going on is nothing. I've heard all the yelling. It's a bunch of bullshit. I said, you need to take this attitude you have, turn it into a little fucking molehill and get the fuck over it. And she looked at me. I was like, I'm sick of you being the same over and over, playing the same goddamn tune. Change the goddamn station. I'm done. And she was like, all right. And I was like, because I reached my breaking point. I was like, no, like y'all are distracting and you're being stupid and you ruined my day. And now I'm going to tell you about yourself. And she didn't appreciate it. It was like I said, it's a conversation she didn't enjoy. Did she walk away from it differently with her nose up in the air in her haughty way? Yes. Was she different today? You bet your ass she was. I said what I had to say and I let her go and deal with it on her own. And when you come back, yes, better be different. Just saying. Because if you thought that was mean and if you come back with the same attitude, you're going to see a part of, like a side of me you don't like. And that's how it was. This one, hi. Mm-hmm. And I didn't point it out. I didn't say, yeah, you better be there. Like, I just said, hey, morning. And we move on. A lot of people don't do that. Oh my goodness, it's sleeting right now. So it's like rain and snow, but it's like coming down like a lot. As soon as that temperature drops in like an hour, it's all going to turn to snow. Oh my goodness. Oh, we might have a white Thanksgiving. And I'm sure, see, I know there's a Native American joke in there somewhere that's very offensive, so I'm not going to say it, but I'm sure there's one because we're having I want a white Thanksgiving. Whatever. In this house, nothing is 100% white, except apparently me. Zach's not even reading super chat given 1 hour ago. Considered. I mean, I'm not that far behind. I'm not even 20 minutes behind at this point. No, I'm 25. I'm 25 minutes behind, which for me is not bad. I'm usually an hour and a half behind. China considers Taiwan China. I know, but Taiwan doesn't. And I like to respect people's boundaries. Literally, the actual boundaries. American components, Russian components, all made in Taiwan. I love that movie. I think you guys are getting to the point like where winning is, that you throw out movie lines just to see if I'm going to say it. The same way he says something and he'll just say like a couple words. And I know somewhere in his brain, he's like, she'll sing it. Every time. Yeah. Mm-hmm. He likes to get things stuck in my cranium. Wow, phrasing. Mm-hmm. There's better phrasing for that. Winning likes putting things in my head. There you go. You can clip that one. Taiwanese don't like being called Chinese. I mean, I'm trying to think of like in Italy, there see like that's a huge thing, like Sicilians. Sicilians will say they're Italian, but don't call Italians Sicilians. Very different. Very different. Like I come from the heel of the boot. That's where my family comes from. I am Barese and Muffates. So my family is from Bari, Altamura specifically, or from Molfetta, which Bari and Molfetta are pretty much like together. Everybody argues. If you tell somebody from Molfetta that they're just Muffates, they're fine with that. If you say, "Oh, I'm Barese, I'm not Muffates," the Muffates person, will lose their motherfucking minds because they feel that Bari is a part of Molfetta. So you should say you're Muffates. But somebody from Bari, like half my family, would turn around and say, "Oh no, I'm not like those." It doesn't matter that they're in Molfetta. They only concentrate on the Barese part, which is like, it's a different lifestyle because they're not as on the water as most of Molfetta. So like Mofetes, they fish, they do whatever. They're very seafaring. They enjoy the beach, the water, whatever. That's their life. That's where they live. But Bares is more up in the mountains, and you have to climb up with donkeys and shit to go see old people because their houses, they don't own cars, and their houses are built in like the side of a fucking mountain. They're very, very different. Yeah, they enjoy the beach and all that kind of stuff, but they're much more, "Oh, let me cook for you." They're very nurturing because they're used to like this hibernating kind of um, lifestyle. Because once you leave the house, you got to walk up the whole fucking mountain again. You don't want to leave the house, so everybody stays home. I know I'm generalizing, but this, like in my experience, so the two are very, very different, and they also look down on one another, like a lot. So you can't combine them. But it's the same thing with Sicilians. Like if you're from Sicily, yes, you're Italian, but they don't say, "Oh, I'm Italian." They say, "I'm a Sicilian." They're very like there's no, you can say, "Oh, you're Italian." But I'm Sicilian. And then yeah, Italian, but Sicilian, it's a very distinct category that they need you to be aware of. They are not Italian first. They are Sicilian first. It's a really weird thing. And it's the same thing with the Chinese and the Taiwanese. Technically, Taiwanese people are Chinese, but they're like, no. First and foremost, they want to be separate. They are Taiwan. Part of it could be that they're not, because they're not attached to the mainland. They're out on an island by themselves. Same thing with Sicily. They're out there by themselves. They feel separate, but a part of, It's a weird dynamic, but I mean, it always makes me laugh because every Italian I know that's Sicilian, they always say they're Sicilian first. And I'm like, you make people think that Sicily is a country. It should be. And I guarantee anybody you say that to is going to say, it should be. It should be its own country. We're not like everybody else because they feel separate, unequal, superior. Though they would never say that out loud, but that's how they feel. Toy, you can read minds. I mean, sometimes I'm very good at reading expressions, body language, intention, eye placement, like eye level, what your eyebrows are doing, what your mouth is doing, what your hands are doing when you talk, how you're standing, the coloring of your face. Are you sweating? Are you cold? Are you looking all around? These are all things that I read on anybody. Same thing, in text. I can assume a lot in text because I can hear your tone. It's a survival instinct that I've had to hone since the day I was born. I need to be aware of every threat around me so that I can be ready. And it just magnified itself when I had kids because now I had these little things that I needed to protect. So I needed to be better than ever before. I needed to be able to protect them at the blink of an eye. there was no failure for me. So yeah, I can read minds. I'm not reading your thoughts like they're in my head, but my head is processing everything that you're doing so that I know your thoughts. It's insulting that I'm probably more read people, reads nonverbals. I was just reading my eyelids. Oh, I love that. I love that. I'll talk to him. I'm like, were you asleep? I was just resting my eyes. I'm like, oh my God. And immediately I hear my grandmother go, see, he does it too. But she's in my head. So it's like, even in text. Yep. Depends on the Taiwanese person. My sister-in-law and her family love China. Yeah. And again, everybody, there's always an exception to the rule. But for the most part, they're like, just leave us alone. Let us do our thing. Like, please. And maybe they don't. Maybe that's just the perception that we're getting. Because that's the story that they want to sell. Not them. I mean, whoever's going to benefit from us thinking Taiwan doesn't want to be part of China. If that's the narrative they're selling, then they're very good at it because they've been doing it for a while. But that doesn't mean it's not a complete fabrication. Taiwanese people might actually be happy to be part of China, but because that doesn't benefit somebody with reach, that's not the tale they're going to spin. And which one do we get to hear? Not the Taiwanese people. We get to hear the person with the big mouth and the megaphone and the platform. Elephant, like I said, perception. It's all about perception. I had roommates and old friends who were Taiwanese, and they all told me that they hate being called Chinese. Again, you're going to, you're always going to have some of one, some of the other. That's what I love about the world. You can't just assume something to be true because people are so complex and it varies from person to person to person to person. I lived for that kind of stuff. I want people to have different narratives. I want them to have different opinions because it fascinates me. I'm like, how did you get there? Like, I need you to like explain it to me in a way where you're walking me through that journey, same as you took it. I need to know, like, we're all here. You're over here mentally. Like, your thought process is all the way over here. This is something I do winning all the time. I'm like, I don't know how to get there. Like, walk me through it. Talk to me like I'm stupid. And do the baby steps one by oh shit. God damn it. You want to talk about conditioning? This is conditioning. The fact that I can't not play it.
Baby steps? It means setting small, reasonable goals for yourself, one day at a time. One tiny step at a time.
Baby steps.
Yep. Baby steps. I couldn't not play it. Zach said, I wish I was an unknown troll right now. I would so push Shelly's buttons. I mean, you could do it anyway. It doesn't bother me. I agree with you, Elephant, but there are Taiwanese people who side with the mainland. There's always going to be. That was the point, to have division. To have this faction going for that and that faction going for that. And it keeps the narrative confusing. So you never really know what's true, what's not. You don't know whose side to pick. If you don't know whose side to pick, then you're going to sit on the fence every time and just let shit happen because you don't know which way to go. That's really, really important to countries who, they have certain things that they want to do and they want to, be held accountable here, but be more like free to do this over here. And if they don't want you putting your nose in, it's best to keep you as insecurely informed as they can. Not that you don't have information, but it's not information that's always accurate. So you're not confident, repeating it or acting on it. So you need more information. So you take a step back and just watch. That's what they want. You can watch us all you want, Don't put your nose in my business. The best way to do that is to make it confusing so you can't pick a side. You know, you can't be staunchly in support or against of anything. And that makes you quiet. And you're not a threat. And you're not in the way. You're unobtrusive. It's like, here, you don't know what's going on? Good. Sit down, shut up, and just watch. Just enjoy the show. And then they go do what the fuck they want. Ellie Font. Shelly isn't scary to me. My BFF is a lot like her. I love that bitch like a sister. Like I said, I am not everybody's cup of tea, but I am most people's cup of coffee. Like, you're either going to love me or hate me. There's no meh feeling about me. Most people, I guarantee, that have interacted with me don't have negligible feelings. They're not like wishy-washy. They're not on the fence. They're either for or against, and that's it. Like, there's no middle ground. And I'm fine with that, because that tends to bring out either extreme loyalty in people, or it alerts me as to who I have to keep an eye on and be wary of. It peters out all those, it weeds out all those fake people who can't decide if they're going to be good, bad, on my side, not on my side. Like, you either love me or hate me. That's it. There is no in between. And I like it that way. A lot more people do tend to enjoy me than not. You know, and when it gets to the point where they don't, they fuck off and I let them go. Thanks for hanging out as long as you did. I'm glad we had some laughs. Do I forget them? No. I try not to. But I will say that I forget people's names. I remember the experience. I remember the feelings. I don't always remember their names. Because they didn't earn that, usually. You know, they didn't make such a mark that hearing that name instantly brings them to mind. But the situation will remind me. I prefer that method. I don't like when certain names come up. Yes, I have very visceral reactions to certain names. Yeah, because some of them were used to hurt me. You know, some people just were evil, and their names do evoke a certain type of reaction. I would rather not have that, because names pop up all the time for no reason whatsoever, not even connected to the person that you're remembering. But it happens. I would rather just, if the experience comes up again, then I have to delve back into it. But yeah, no, I tend to block out people's names after a while. It's a weird thing that I do that I was not conscious of until I was like in my 40s. I was like, why don't I remember? I remember everything. Why don't I remember these people's names? Because my brain said, we don't want to. We don't want that connection. We don't want the reminder that, no, we're taking that trigger, throw that out the window. And that's how I do it. But no, I shouldn't be scared of you, Ellie. The same way, like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, you never want to tussle with Ellie. I love it when you come into my chat all fucking full of something. Like, especially when somebody says democracy, and I'm like, here she comes. I can feel it. I can feel the disturbance in the force. Constitutional Republic. I love it. I live for that shit. It makes me happy. Because I love how passionate you are about stuff like that. Other people might be intimidated by that. It makes me giggle. I'm like, there she goes. And I'm just like, oh, and I just sit back and I watch and I appreciate the whole experience, because it's great. I love it. I love when people show me what they're made of and what they really think. Don't hide. Just be you. Be unapologetically you. And then we'll go from there. I would rather deal with the real version of everybody than the fake bullshit they put forward that's going to blindside me later. I don't like being surprised. I saw that a while back, the first season, I think. What, Love is Blind? It's a dating show. I know. See, dating shows to me are mean. And I look at them and I know that I hate to say it brings out the most critical side of me because I will list everything wrong with that person from top to bottom and then be like, oh my God, that was a horrible thing to say. Because it is. I don't want to be judgmental. And those shows make me so judgmental because they give you permission to talk shit about these people that you don't even know. And I'm like, oh my God, would I say this to their face? Me? Yeah, I probably would. Yeah, I probably would. But they'd have to push me to it. Last chick on the right was the best looking. Nice. See, that's the thing. I don't want to I don't want to critique people like that because I know there's some evil little part of me that enjoys the fuck out of it. And it's just not a good look for me because I can take that and apply it to other areas of my life. So, I mean, I know my limitations. I have to, I got to be careful. Just like I can't always watch the Housewives of New Jersey because one, it makes me miss home. And two, I get why they are the way they are. And you see like the audience or whatever, like even like Andy will be like, I can't believe you said that. I'm like, why? That's such a Jersey thing to do. That's not normal. Like I see them be mean and like cutthroat, and I'm like, oh, that's normal. And people are like, oh my God, that was the most vicious thing. Nobody should. You have serious mental problem. I'm like, oh, are you saying that how we act is wrong? Like, I don't like having that much introspection. Like, don't take my Jersey away. Guess I'll have to rewind a few times. Whatever. 322. Yeah, now I'm far behind. I watched the first season all the way through. Tried to watch the second, but it was too edited. Couldn't finish. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, a lot of it isn't true. Like, remember Real World? Just let that shit play. I want to see everything. Man, hate when they ruin the second season. They always do. You'll have to create a department and start a study on it. There you go. Ellie, if I don't like somebody, I tell them. If I tell you to fuck off, fuck off. If I block you, I think you're a piece of shit. Period. Yes, I'm aware. I'm aware. I'm aware. I love all you guys. I'm just glad everybody comes here and, is nice to me sometimes because I need somebody to be nice to me. My favorite is the blue-footed one. Ellie Font. Wow. Yeah, Ellie is very blunt and to the point. And I love it. I appreciate that about her. I do. Oh, I got another super chat. Oh, just for you.
Don't go to Jersey. Whatever somebody gonna ask you to go to Jersey. Visit them in Jersey. A long lost friend, don't go to Jersey. Don't go to Jersey. You're gonna get hit by a bus. Okay? Don't do that. Okay. Don't do that.
See the weird shit Winning makes me. And then he refaces it. Oh. And according to him last night, in case you weren't there in his chat, that super chat, thank you super chat thing, that video that I show, he was going to reface it all with my face. And I knew, and when he gave it to me, I was like, I kept looking. Every time I play it, I'm like, please don't have my face. It's always right before I push the button. I'm like, please don't look like me. Please don't look like me. Because I know that he really had to resist the temptation of face swapping me for all those girls. And he was like, oh, maybe I'll just make that for me. I was like, oh, for the love of God. Like, it's flattering and like frustrating at the same time. But I'm like, as long as you don't show it to anybody, I don't care. The thing is, when you sign on with somebody like Winning who's creative like that, you kind of have to accept the fact that he's going to reface half the shit with your face. Whether you're going to like it or not. Some of them I really, really love. Some of them I'm like, oh, for the love of God. I'm like, why? And he's just like, what, you don't like it? No, I don't. All right, I won't show this one. See, if I really don't like something, he won't show it. But that, I was like, oh, dear God, please don't surprise me with that. Please, 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 please. But it's flattering. I mean, it's nice. So that was that one. So $5 super chat. I'm going to roof the house, catch some fish, do a few appointments, get back in time for Shelly to read this super chat saying she's wrong. I'm never wrong. How dare you? How dare you? Nothing here to see. Yep. T3. I'm constantly told to stop explaining myself. So are people to explain or not? I don't think you ever have to explain yourself in a way that you're defending how you feel. But sometimes I think you need to explain maybe your intentions behind something, or if somebody misreads you, if they misinterpret like something you say or something you do. Yeah, no, say, I'm sorry you feel that way. That was not my intention. This was my intention. But I'm not in control of how you took it. I feel bad that you took it that way, but that wasn't the intention. So now you have the correct information. Maybe you should, like rethink it. This way you can let go of those bad feelings and focus on the fact that I was doing something good. Oh, the Eagles are back. And I don't mean the ones that play football. I mean like the birds that are outside. They're circling. Something must be dead in the area. I don't think it's a bad thing to explain yourself. But again, on your terms. I don't think you should have to be forced to explain yourself to anybody. I really don't. Toy said, roof a fish and take a he's gonna roofie a fish? Now. Don't be getting frisky with the fishies. Some of them bite. Would that be fishing a roof? Roof as in shingles or tiles, not slang. Fishing a roof sounds like a meant head post. It kind of does. I thought you guessed my secret of how I got fish to kiss me. I mean, Toy said, T3, how do you get out of your head? Honestly, music. That's the only thing that helps me. At that and wrestling. I shit you not. Like, I can turn my entire mood around watching wrestling, but not watching it by myself. That's a winning thing. And he does that. He'll just, if I'm in a really bad mood or I'm really like upset or whatever, and I'm in like low mode, as he puts it, he'll be like, all right, we're just going to watch something. And he'll put like wrestling on, or he'll put something on and just be quiet and just let me get out of my head and into what I'm seeing, because I have to switch my interest. Then once I've switched my interest, I'm a little further removed from how I was, and I'm able to go back to it a lot cleaner and fresher and without all the extreme emotions attached to it. And then I can work through it. But yeah, that's definitely, I use music and I use different interests of things that I can watch, like wrestling. Plus, it helps that wrestling is super violent and I get to yell, and that does release a lot of emotion and lets me be more focused, more on an even keel. Maybe they were 10 really good words. Maybe. Heidi said, at Toy, I've been told that at times as well as that I apologize too much. I always apologize. Sorry. I think it depends on the situation, to whom we're speaking with and stuff like that. Discerning when not is a learned thing. Yeah. Like I said, timing is not for everybody. Some people never learn timing. Never. Like, they have no comedic timing. They have no dramatic timing. They have no appropriate timing. They just don't get it because they're in their own little bubble, and time only appeals to them. It only refers to them. Like, they're the only ones that are affected. So they don't care about anybody else. Well, they don't care if it's the wrong time for you. This is my time, because it's always their time. Heidi, I disagree with you. And she said, I expected that. Of course you did. Oh, Heidi, I've been told that. And I say thank you to someone who I have done something for. After they say thank you instead of your well. I've done that. When somebody's like, thank you, I'm like, no, thank you. And I mean it, but it comes out sounding so facetious. Like it comes out sounding fake, but I mean it. And they're like, no, you don't. Yes, I do. Nobody means that. You don't know the little gremlins in my head. Okay. Like you have no idea how ungrateful I think I seem to the world. I can never be thankful enough. I can never show how grateful I am enough because I'm never enough while simultaneously being too much. That is a sign of extremely low self-esteem. That's a sign of somebody who has been told all their lives that they're crap. They're not worth it. Everything they do is wrong. They've been blamed. Next week, we're going to talk about scapegoats, about being the family scapegoat, especially because it's something that I've wanted to talk about forever. And I know it applies to 90% of my chat because you all know how it feels to be the blame for everything that goes wrong, even if you didn't exist yet. Somehow it is linked to you. And somebody who does not want to hold themselves accountable and who does not want the burden of that problem will take it and shove it onto you, and it's yours forever because you're a responsible type person who will take that mantle on and be like, I didn't do it, but maybe I can fix it. Maybe I can make it better. Maybe I'll carry it for a while because they can't seem to, and I want to make their life easier. It's because you're nice. Nice people finish last. It's true. But that doesn't make it bad. Will they finish last? Yes, because this world is not geared toward nice people. It doesn't celebrate nice people. It celebrates extraordinary people. You don't have to be good to be extraordinary. You could be extraordinarily bad. Remember that line in Harry Potter when he goes to give Harry his first wand and he's like, oh, that wand has one other. The phoenix that gave the feather for that wand gave one other feather, just one other. And it was in Voldemort's wand. That was the brother-sister wand, whatever you want to call it. And he said, we can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter, because the other person who had this wand did great things. Terrible, but great. People don't make that distinction. They don't understand two things can exist at the same time. Two things can be true at the same time. You could be an extraordinary person. That doesn't make you an extraordinarily good person. It doesn't make you an extraordinarily bad person. Extraordinary is just describing what you're capable of on the level you're capable of it. Not whether it's good or bad. It's not making a morality judgment. It's just descriptive. It's the same thing. And Heidi, agree. And that discernment plays games with me. Say this, no, say that, no, shut up, sit. Yep. It's like, why do you always have to butt in? But what do you think of this? Maybe I butt in because I'm just preemptively doing it because you're inevitably going to ask me for my goddamn opinion anyway. So it's like, why wouldn't I just give it? Cut out the middleman. Like, let's, tighten this ship up. If you're going to ask me, I might as well just tell you before you even ask me because I know you're going to ask me. And then you get yelled at for, well, why are you presuming? Oh, shut up. I think some people just need to bitch. They need to criticize other people and be like, oh, no, you're wrong. It depends. It really does. Some people are like, why are you thanking me? You did the thing. I get it. I do. I get it because you're so used to and please don't get offended, bowing and scraping for acceptance and love. And please tell me I'm not bad. Please tell me that I'm not doing things wrong. Please tell me I'm not worthless. Please tell me, because you're so used to getting hit with all the bad adjectives. You're so used to being blamed. You're so used to being abused that it is beyond your brain's comprehension that you're good. I'm telling you, you're good. You're worth good things in you. You're worth people doing things to you. You don't always have to do for somebody else in order for them to do for you. You deserve somebody to take care of you. You deserve to be loved and hugged and told you're wonderful. You deserve all those things because they're all true. But I know in your past, people have come along and told you the opposite. And because the bad stuff's easier to believe. It was the key point in Pretty Woman. The bad stuff is easier to believe. Because it's hard to live up to being the good stuff and to think you deserve something, because then you say, oh, well, if I think I deserve it, I'm conceited. I'm selfish. I'm this, I'm that. You put yourself down because that's how you were taught to be. You're wired to put yourself down before anybody else. You're wired to say, I don't deserve this, even though you do. On the off chance you don't get it, then you're not disappointed. And you go, see, I knew it. It's part of your survival instinct, babe, because you've been through the ringer. You've been to war. You know the tactics. And you've learned evasive maneuvers. You're still here. And yes, you've told yourself you don't deserve certain things so that you can get through situations where you're not getting them, where you're being denied, because you don't want to hate somebody else. It's easier to hate yourself and then just bury it and get, like busy with something else so that you can distract yourself and not deal with it. I do it every day. Every day. But I've gotten to know you like for a long time, and you are worth it. You are a lovely person. You have a quirky, dark sense of humor that I adore. You're real and you're yourself, and you have so much love to give. You are worth so much more than you think you are. I want you to know that. I want you to know how appreciated you are. Because I think most of your life you spend thinking that every time you get the slightest bit of love or tenderness, it's so foreign to you. Like you can't settle it unless you're being profusely grateful. Like you have to overdo the gratefulness. You're never grateful enough. Because at some point somebody did some little tiny scrap thing. Some narcissist came along, gave you a scrap, and they didn't think you were appreciative enough and told you so. And then punished you for it and made sure that you had to jump through fiery hoops of hell to get another scrap. And your ass better be grateful. They taught you that. You learned that. That's what narcissists do. That's how they control you. They destroy who you are. They destroy your vision of yourself. And they make you grateful for them just giving you nothing. To the point where instead of them giving you something, you're giving to them and you're grateful that they accepted it. It's fucked up. But I'm right there with you. And I'm telling you, you deserve better. 17, once I won't super chat Gosney, how he is so agreeable, and thanks for agreeing with everyone. He went off about how he had a disagreeable personality. And I got to say, gotcha. That's fucking funny. Flux had a stream where we quoted Zoolander. It was so fun. That's awesome. I love Flux. She's great. Her and her wife. Or a word and it triggers lyrics. All the women in my family do that. Yep, they do it to me all the time. People do it just like Winning does it, and then I don't notice it until I hear the and I'm like, oh, you bastard. Because I just realized, like, oh, look, I'm the dancing poodle. Like, here she goes. There she goes. I have a agreement thing going. Nice. All right, I gotta catch up here. Let's see. My husband came home early and fixed himself an afternoon coffee. I got out my latte cup and said I'll do it after I pee. When I came back, he made me coffee. Aw, I can't even be mad. I feel guilty. I don't want it, but I'll drink it and smile. Aw. No latte today, but well, I mean, he gave you coffee. Aw, that was nice that he made you coffee. I mean, he could have just been like, and that would have been it. Toy said, Zach, that's not true. I try to save bugs and spider. I don't. No. Circle of life. Everything has a expiration date. And if a fly or a spider makes its way into my vicinity, they have found their expiration date. Fuck that. Nope. There's certain things that just I can't allow them to live. Sorry. It's me or you, and I like me better. I actually made myself coffee too. No one to be mad at but me. I just got my mushroom coffee in the mail today. 10 superfood mushroom coffee. It's got lion's mane, reishi, chaga, shiitake, turkey tail, maitake, ashwagandha, elderberry, Rhodiola rosea, and burdock. Whatever. I don't care. It got really, really good reviews, and I'm hoping it's going to be helpful. If it's not, it only cost me $20. If it is, then I'll buy more. But regular coffee just ain't doing it for me. And I'm tired of taking supplement pills. Like if I can get supplements in like protein powders and in coffee, that's the way to go. I don't know. I don't know all my old Taiwanese friends and roommates and now American and hate China. Good. We like that. I don't like anybody hating anything, but it happens. Just picking up on you. You're a good wife. She is a good wife. She's a good friend. She's a good person. She's crazy, which is something I like about her. We tend to live parallel lives. I think it and she says it, or she's wanting it and I say something. She's like, oh my God, get out of my head. Sorry. Yeah, now I want coffee. Having coffee in a minute. I know I'm going to make a cup of coffee with dinner. After this coffee, I'm going running. Nice. Don't tell Toy I wimped out this morning because it was 32 degrees. It's not good to go out in that kind of weather and get all sweaty, and then you're going to wind up with pneumonia, and Christmas is coming. Actually, Thanksgiving's coming first. Waiting for the boss to leave. Nice. No running for me unless I'm in danger. Walking is for me. If you ever see me running, then there's somebody, usually a clown, with a knife or a gun chasing me. That's the only reason I would be running anywhere. No, or if there's a hornet, because apparently if there's a hornet hovering over my child, I can run. Connor did not know I moved that fast. He was just like, oh my God, where'd you come from? And I had that hornet. I fucking hit it. He was like, I didn't even see it. I was like, oh my God. It was like the hornet that was hovering over Katie was about maybe 2-3 inches in length and super fat. And I was just like, oh, hell no, you ain't getting my baby. And I scaled like right past the whole fucking table. They were like, oh my God, I never saw you move so fast. Crippled my ass. I was like, nah. That was an adrenaline rush. Yeah, I've been told I can look pretty intensely into people's eyes, but you can read so much about people. The eye is the window to the soul. Yes. And the funny part about looking somebody in the eye is it triggers this need for a confession. They will keep talking and talking and talking and talking, and you just got to stand there and just be quiet. See, I love when I talk to people and then they say something that they know they lied about, and they see the recognition on my face that, oh, one of these things is not like the other, and they're just and then they're tripping over themselves to like cover, and I just sit there and I smile. I'm like, keep going. No, this is highly entertaining. And eventually you'll see me with my fake shovel just digging in front of them. Then they're just like, what are you doing? I'm just helping you dig the grave a little deeper, because that's where we're going, right? Like pretty soon we're going to get to China. Like, yeah, I love when people get into confession mode and because they're trying to like cover up the lie that they so blatantly just fucked up. And you're just like, that was not a misspeak. That was you forgetting that you told me something and now you suddenly remember. I don't forget a fucking thing. But keep going, really. And it's just, I enjoy that. I do. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Qué fue? ¿Qué fue? Presenta. Well, because that's what you silly women are supposed to do, giggle and frolic on the beach. That's a lie. My knees are never like running. You're double. Oh, you have double jointed knees. I have double jointed hips. Isn't that funny? That's awesome. I'm a man, baby. Oh my fucking God. Why? Enya? What I do? What I do? Shelly, I read everything nonverbal. I feel like I just went through a thorough alien probe examination with that description. But it's true. Which is why when I trust people because I get a full read on them. Why do you think I do so many goddamn personality tests, psychological tests? Because that's the thing that fascinates me. Who people are, like, at their core level fascinates me. I don't care what persona you invent for yourself. I want to see who you're showing me and everything behind it. I want to know your origin story. I want to know what makes you tick. I want to know all the buttons, all the triggers, all the traumas, I need all the information. That's why when I say I need feedback, I need it all. Not knowing things, having blanks will literally drive me insane. Which is why it's really weird that the person I trust most on this planet, I've never seen. I've only ever seen his avatar. I don't know his name. Because what he does requires anonymity for safety. And I have to respect that. I don't have to like it, but I have to respect it. If it was anybody else, it would drive me insane. And sometimes it bothers me, but for the most part, I don't care because I know him. We have spent so much time in the last year and a half together. I know him sometimes better than I know myself. But that's what I love in life. I want to know, like, what makes everybody tick. I want to know where you've come from, what you've been through, all your experiences, the things that you're good at, your strengths, your weaknesses. I don't need you to sit there and list them out. I'll pick them up. Don't worry. I don't forget things. I pick that information up. It's what I thrive on. And you said this lives in my head rent free. I was telling myself 2 hours ago. So I say baby steps, great part of the book. But you see, like, I didn't let it get to the part where the refaced secretary is me. And that's actually a face I make. Like when somebody says something that I'm just like, whatever, I'm like, just like. So he refaces things and I'm like, oh, that's an expression of mine, just so you know. He's like, oh, all right. My mojo is dude. See? At Wolfram, she's reading newspapers. And nice to meet you. They want us reactive and jump based off of feelings, not facts. That's how they want everybody. Because it's easy to manipulate you when you're lost in your feelings. When you have solid facts to back up what you're thinking and what you're choosing to do and, in your decision making, it's a lot harder to shake people down. Because they're like, no, you can't convince me to do that. You're not going to like evoke some weird feeling in me because my brain has established facts. I know. There's a difference between I feel like and I know. Once you know, nobody can take that from you. Feelings change. knowing facts about things, that's not going to change. You have a very solid foundation when you have facts. And I have never lived in a fact-based mindset. And now I'm doing that more. A lot more. And it's changed everything from the way I deal with people to the way I open up, the way I view myself, my political leanings, my religious beliefs and stuff like that. It's changed everything because I've been slowly taking the power away from the feelings and putting more stock in things that I know. Facts, events. You know, I saw this. I know I saw this. You can't convince me to feel this way because I was witness to this. You can't undo that. It's not a bell you can unring. And I like that trajectory of my life. I like being on that path. Oh, a challenge. Feel meh about C3. I don't know if I can do it. No, nobody feels meh. They might feel grr, but meh, no. I'm going to leave an impression, good or bad. There's not going to be like a forgettable thing. Nobody's going to say, oh, who's T3? I think I met her. What? No, they remember. Am I a Gemini? No. I'm an Aries. And I'm an Aries only child born in the year of the tiger. So everything about me is aggressive. Everything. And that's okay. I'm very in your face. That's what I do. But I'm very soft-hearted. And I care about people a lot. A lot more than they would guess I would. Because I don't want to seem like a mush, but I'm such a mush. Such a mush. I do certain names, especially if I really loved or hated them, like teachers. Yes. Now, the two teachers in between me being, I'm having a hard time with. Because you want to block it out. I know. The act was very short, and I told, but I felt guilty for years because I broke up a family. And again, that was not your fault. It was not your fault. You did the right thing, and you were being abused. You have a right to defend yourself, to stand up for yourself, or to have someone with more power than you remove threats and protect you. You should have been protected from the get-go. And the fact that you weren't is disgusting on the parts of everybody else that was involved. None of that falls on you. None of it. And you're here and you're wonderful. You're loving. You're an amazing mom. You're a great friend. You're funny. Look at all the wonderful things you are in spite of how bad they tried to change that. To me, that's even more extraordinary. Reality shows are fake. Absolutely. Heidi, I'm horrible with names unless I interact with the person more than a few times. Listen, I've known people for years where they're like, you never say my name right. I'm like, what's your name? I thought your name was like blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no. Where'd I get that from? Why didn't you correct me? Oh, I didn't want you to feel bad. I feel worse now that I've been calling you something else. That's why I give people nicknames. I'm very big on nicknames because I'll remember the nicknames because it's fucking descriptive. But there's also a lot of hun, babe, sweetie, whatever. And it was my nephew. We went through some drive-thru. I think it was like Sonic or something. And I'm sitting, it had to be Sonic because I was parked and waiting for them to like say, hey, what do you want? And I was like, oh, I want this instead of, can you do that? And all right. And then the server came out and she handed me this stuff. And I was like, oh, sweetie, thank you so much. You're such a sweetheart. Have a good day, hun. And he's sitting in the passenger seat. He said, why do you do that? I was like, why do I do what? He said, you call everybody hun, sweetie, babe, whatever. I said, here's the thing. What am I supposed to do? Hey, mister. Like, no. Like, and I don't have the vision to catch her name off the name tag, so I didn't see it, so that's not going to help. I was like, it's just a nice way to address people. I don't want them to be put off by it, but I don't know their name and I have to address them. And that's just the way I talk. I'm just a very flirty, affectionate person. It doesn't mean anything more than it, just me saying it. It bothered him so much. And I was talking to him on the phone, this was like a year ago, and he got a delivery and he was like, "Oh, hun, thanks. This looks great. Have a good day." And he closed the door and I went, "Hmm." And he said, "You shut up." I was, I didn't even have to say what I was about, because he was like, "I blame you. I do it all the time. Do you know people actually are nicer to me when I do that?" I was like, "You don't say. You mean you get more flies with honey than with shit? Like, really?" And he was just, I was like, whatever. And he was like, "I can't believe that." He's like, "But yeah, I totally blame you because I do it all the time now." I was like, worse things to pick up from me. And I'm sure he has. But yeah, no, that's why everybody gets a nickname. That's why, like, Zach sticks in my mind because it's Zach without a K. So what do I call him? Hey, it's Zach without a K. He's never, ever, ever just going to be Zach. He's always going to be Zach without a K because it makes him stand out from any other Zachs I might meet. I get to keep that. He's got his own little, like, entry in the catalog of my brain. I got to be careful with how I say that. I've been that way my whole life. The long short term convergence recall, I think, but I'll remember action. Yeah, but that's why I give them all the little nicknames. T3, whoa, you're calling me out on boobies. I'm calling you out on boobies? Did somebody say boobies? I'm going to play it just because I want to see it. Na, 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 na. Just because that made me happy. There was no super chat. I just wanted to play the boobies. I don't like watching people's drama, secondhand embarrassment. I cringe. Well, sometimes. It depends. It depends on the situation. Some embarrassment, some people have it coming and you just got to sit back and enjoy it. That's when you're like, anybody got popcorn? As long as it's organic and not in seed oil. Reality TV isn't what it used to be. I watched the first reality TV show, Cops. Oh my God. Bad boys, bad boys. What you gonna do? What you gonna do when they come for you? That was Christine and Donna's favorite show. Anytime I went to Donna's house, inevitably Cops was on. Every time. Nothing compares to the Anna Nicole Smith reality show. Oh, dear God. All right. We got to catch up because I need to go eat dinner. I say things in Chelly's chat that I wouldn't even talk about to anybody else. Sorry, Toy. No, that's what we're here for. That's what I'm here for. It's not about me. I learn just as much about myself by listening to you guys. I do. Because sometimes I can't figure something out and you'll come in here with the problem or with the situation and you'll talk and suddenly things start clicking into place. And I'm like, oh, I get it now. I get it. And I do. You clear things up for me. You get rid of all the weird things that are in my way to get to that thought process. Because you show me a different way to get there. Toy said, T3, thank you for answering my questions. Honey, I love answering questions. That's why why I want you here, to have conversations. I think a fisherman wants the fish to bite. Maybe. Just not. They could just get hooked. They don't have to bite. Sometimes you just have to open your mouth. Oh my God. Sometimes the best thing someone could do is just sit with another person without trying to fix it. Yep. Ellie said, I'm glad you have this for an outlet. I don't say even a quarter of my thoughts because I know some Kiwi or idiot in the toxic community will try to weaponize it. Yeah. The thing is, if somebody tries to weaponize something that I say, they can go have at it. They're inconsequential. A lot of people in this world are completely irrelevant, and so are their opinions. And I treat them as such. Now, when I care about you, that's different. You have a certain amount of power in my life. But if I don't give a shit, I don't give a shit. Like that's across the board. Like you can say or do whatever you want. Oh, you're gonna run with that? Go ahead, run with it. Make me famous. I don't care. Like, because you don't matter. Like the person doing it, especially if they're gonna do something like that, really doesn't matter. Uh, because they're not self-aware of how toxically moronic they are. That's a lot of people without telling you. And you're glad you're here and feel comfortable to share. Absolutely. How do you fix things without dad jokes? I mean, dad jokes do make everything better. I do love me some dad jokes. Toy at T3, to your gratitude expressions being misunderstood, sucky. It's true. It's true. Well, I don't know. I just don't always feel like I'm appreciative enough. You know, it's just that's why like I obsess over things that I buy people, like gifts, because I want the gift to really make them happy. You know, so it's either got to be something they really, really need or something they really, really want or something that reflects who I see them as and who I want them to see themselves as. You know, I try to be super, super, super thoughtful. And sometimes you just can't be and you just wind up giving people money, which is easy, but it's not as fulfilling. And yeah, I'm not important enough for a Kiwi farm towards attention. I do know that. Weirdly, goes with what Shelly is kind of saying. Yeah, because you don't think that. But trust me, somebody out there will eventually hear you say something and go, oh, I'm interested, and run with it. And yeah, you said escape goat society, and I'm imagining with this fucking goat farm, chasing goats around. I love the goat farm. I love it. Shelly, my mother complimented me the other day. Oh, I about passed out, girl. I would be like, what do you want? It was monumental. I'm not used to hearing her say positive things. Oh, that's so great, though, Ellie. I'm so happy for you. And she should say good things. You're a wonderful person. Very talented. I see that now. Snirking. Don't even start. Yesterday, I was teasing my son. I was like, hey, what's that word that, the weird, like, brain rot bullshit where, what was it? Snickety dickety doo or skim over rinky dinky doo. And he goes, what? I was I know what it was. I just couldn't say it for a minute. So I just kind of like made up all this like word salad that kind of sounded like it. He was hysterical. He was like, please, I got to record you saying this shit. And he played it for his friends. I was like, great, thanks. So I'm an idiot to all your friends. It's great. He was like, that shit was funny. Don't be nice, be kind. Yeah. I agree. Because niceness doesn't get you anywhere. Kindness is a wonderful thing to spread around, but nice that's like putting out the doormat and being like, see that doormat? That it's made up of my heart. Go ahead, wipe your feet till your heart's content. Like you're basically telling everybody, just walk all over me. That's fine. I'll take it. I'm sure some Kiwi farmer will clip that to weaponize that against me because they're lame ass bitches with no life and soul. Sarah. Did you retract that? I didn't think it needed to be said. Huh? Okay. Just so you know, when you retract stuff on YouTube, it still goes to StreamYard. I still see it, so most likely I'm still going to say it, and I apologize because I don't know when you retract it. I can't see it. Shelly, YouTube, thank you. I love you, honey. At Heidi, sincerely, you're a joy to know online. Isn't she, though? I love all my girls. I love all my chat. My chat is the best chat on the planet. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. Chat is good. Chat is wise. Chat knows all. And I love my chat. I rely on you guys. Ellie said there's enough darkness, negativity, and damn it, I can't think of a good word for this, but it has to do with delighting and engaging in sinful acts in this world. Be the good, be the light. Deviancy, deviant behavior. Is that what you're thinking of? Because it's literally debaucherous, deviant behavior that is the most fun. It's not fulfilling. You'll regret it, but it's fucking fun. That's the problem. That's where the draw is. It's fun. Still to this day, I say, well, I was never bored. Life for sure wasn't peaceful, but I was always on my toes. I say the same thing. I'm like, you know what? I don't have any regrets because I love what I have in my life, but like I could have been better, but getting sick and everything and having like, a possible shelf life that is a lot sooner than I thought it was going to be. I had to look at my life and go, okay, so what do I have to do? What do I have to get out of the way? What do I want to get accomplished? And there's not a whole lot. Like my bucket list is not a bucket list. It's kind of like a Dixie cup list because I've done so much. Yes, I have a lot of tragedy in my life. Yes, I have a lot of trauma. I'm still here. Most of the fucks that did stuff to me are gone. They have been shook loose from this mortal coil and not by me. But they lived miserable lives. I lived a huge life. If I wanted to say it, I said it. If I wanted to do it, I did it. If I wanted to experiment or try this or, like give this a go, take a risk, I did it. So I have no regrets. Did it all work out well? No. Most of my life is either it seemed like a good idea at the time or hold my beer. Like that's most of my life. But you know what? Made for great stories. Great memories. And I don't regret any of it. Not any of it. Oh my God, not the mushroom coffee. This is a different one. I end up hurting the bug or the spider trying to save them all. Oh, that I feel bad now. Oh, but I've been there. Yeah. When you try to like save a like grasshopper or something and you inadvertently like hurt its leg and then you're like, oh, you're gonna die. But go ahead, try. Sorry. You're still better off than where you were 5 minutes ago. Who the hell said I was okay? You're okay. I'm glad you're semi-coherent and hanging out with us other weirdos. Nice. I know Willie. That's got a bit more than CBD. I'm not going there. All right, I live too close to looking back, Texas, where there ain't nobody feeling no pain. Mm-hmm. I love that song. Don't lie, and there's less to confess. Yeah, see, but I'm also that person who I know when people lie to me. I just don't tell them that I know. I know when people are doing devious things that they don't want me to know about. I always know. I usually know before they've even done it because I can see the change in their patterns, that they're changing direction. I can feel them moving away or, closing up or whatever. But I won't say anything. I just let it happen and then I wait because I'm that person. I could have all the information in front of me. I have every receipt. I got that bitch on video with audio, clear, HD quality. Your name is on it and everything. But I will sit there. I want the confession. And I will be satisfied. Thank you very much. I will have satisfaction. I will get that confession every fucking time. And when they're like, oh, well, I did, I'm like, like, why are you not surprised? Because I've known the whole time. What do you mean you knew? Like, you're not that smart. Like, you're not as subtle as you think you are. Like, trust me, I know Sneaky. I grew up with Sneaky, like, on God level power. Like, you're new. Like, but I never let on that I know. Ever. I just sit there and in my head, I'm like, oh, all right. So we're going to do it this way. All right. Just play along. And I do. I play along, but I do want the confession and I get it every time. It's good. It made really difference during PMS week. Did it really? That's what I'm looking forward to. I really am. Nearly head to toe, Shelly. Nice. Ellie said, I'm no persona. This is me. I just don't need some psycho coming to my door. So I don't use my real name. I mean, but yeah, that's the thing. We could all be ourselves on the internet if you didn't have spurgs out there who try to swat people. Like, come on. I read that loud and clear. Aries, Tiger, Wild. Yeah, I told you I'm aggressive. And I'm an A-type personality from being an only child. So, yep. And I'm the oldest while simultaneously always being the baby. Yeah, I'm complicated. I missed that statement. That's heavy. T3 and everyone got to run. Take care. All right. Have a good day, Toy. We're about to wrap up because I am caught up. Yes, I am. Memento Mori. Hi, honey. You came in just as we're ending. How you doing, baby? How you doing? No regrets. I love you, lady. I really do. Because I was trying not to say it that way the entire time. You know me so well. All right, guys. It is 4:46. You're the oldest and middle child? Nice. I get it. People are like, how can you be? But trust me, you can. I'm the oldest and the baby, and I'm the only one, but yet I have 6 brothers and sisters. It is what it is, man. Ellie said, I am the oldest and the oldest. And yet you're still younger than me. I'm older than you. I'm older than you are. That was one thing Christine said last night because I was like, oh, your birthday is coming up in 2 weeks. I was like, oh, you're so old. I was like, you're going to be, 51 in 2 weeks. She was like, you're right behind me. I was like, nah, not me. I was like, my birthday's in a whole other different year than yours. I always give her shit about that because she's the beginning of she's actually Pearl Harbor Day. And my birthday is not for another 3.5 months. So hers is always, 3.5 months behind mine, which means hers is the end of the year. Mine is kind of the beginning of the year, but in a little bit. So I always say that there's a huge difference in us because we were born in completely different years. I don't know what you're talking about. You're so much older than me. It aggravates the fuck out of her. Christine is the one that I pulled the prank on when she was going to turn 40. I went and had all this stuff sent to her house from nursing homes, for like, I had coupons sent to her house for like Depends, Poise. I had AARP sent to her house. I had all like, I sent away for like all these brochures for like Life Alert and like, wheelchairs and end of life hospice and all this shit. And I had it all sent to her and she didn't know. So she was like, she's talking to me one day and she's like, what the fuck is all this stuff they keep sending me? I don't want a hip replacement. I didn't say anything, but I couldn't stop laughing. And when she heard me snort, she was like, oh, this was you. I don't know what you're talking about. Fucking wasn't me. I don't know. I plead the fifth. Nope, you ain't putting that shit on me. Prove it, bitch. And she was just like, I've been getting this stuff for weeks. I know. I had free samples of like all old people shit sent to her. It drove her nuts for so fucking long, for weeks and weeks and weeks. And she was like, I can't believe, why are they doing this to me? They're not. I am. But that's the difference between a friend and a best friend sister type thing. Like, I can give her such shit. And she'll just be like, I can't believe I'm so mad when I found, oh, Shelly did it. Oh, sorry then. And then it's funny. But on that note, if you have someone in your life who is about to turn anything that ends in a 0, do that. Whatever they don't like or they're afraid of, have it sent to their house in triplicate. It's fucking funny. And they'll learn to face their fear. Really, you're doing them a service. So, on that note, I love you all. I hope you have a wonderful day. I will see most of you in Winning's chat tonight because I know he's doing a show tonight. I think he's doing a show. I'm pretty sure he's doing a show tonight. But I'll be there. So until then, take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Keep on spreading the love and the laughter. And I will see you in the funny papers. Bye, guys. Mwah.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And
prayer.
doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be